Pointed in the wrong direction. Whoa, and we're live, folks. There you go. Just adjusting things a little bit there. Sorry about that. That was a bit spinny there. I just popped on a wee second before 10 o'clock, as always, to check everything's okay. We've got green lights for our sound machine. Just looking good. I seem to have a picture. There's a little line that rippled across the screen there a second ago. Not too sure what that means. But everything looks okay. And it actually looks like there's somebody in the audience as well. There it is. Sean Wyland saying good evening. How are you doing, Sean? Pardon me, thanks very much for joining us. Good evening to you as well. Hope everything's groovy. As very disorganized tonight, but I suppose the decision to move the program to today was a good one. I think there's 10 o'clock, Sean. So I'm just going to say hello, everybody. My name's Doc Sloan. Thanks very much for joining me on my science fiction station at the Doghouse here. We're tonight we've got our Children of Dune book club, chapter 16, which is a pretty good chapter. And we're making our way through it. And yes, indeed, the decision to go with Tuesday nights, I think we're going to stick with that. Pardon me, it works a lot better for me at the moment. So I was able to get this done, the work done in plenty of time, excuse me. And as we've been saying, it's been a bit close to the mark for the last few episodes. Just in terms of my schedule and things like that. So this looks like it's a lot easier to do for me. Pardon me. And we'll be sticking to it. And I was thinking about possibly going with 9 p.m. GMT. But in all honesty, I finish work about 8:30, so I need to get a bite of food before we begin this. So the 10 o'clock on Tuesdays looks like it's a really good fit for me. And I think it looks like it's a good fit for the audience as well. And something that we should be able to stick to pretty regularly. So that's been the goal. And I think trying to work at the other end of the week has been awkward. Excuse me. Just the way my diary works, the start of the week's just become a lot easier to work with, you know. Pardon me. So as always, I'll do my coughing and spluttering. Always just seems to hit me just as we start the program. And we have got an interesting chapter tonight. In terms of our epigraph, we've got a wee bit to discuss about that. What else have we got? I've got some quite horrific mistakes in this chapter. I've checked these mistakes against the electronic copy that I've got. So hopefully we'll get somebody with the Berkeley edition. If they're out there to have a wee nosy at them. But we've actually got, where are we? How would I put it? And there are possibly some sort of publishing problems. I've actually got an entire sentence, one or two sentences in here that actually make no sense at all. And we'll get there, I suppose. I've just written in the chapter, British and online copy makes no sense. WTF exclamation mark. But we'll check that. But there's a few problems just in terms of the text within this chapter, which is a wee bit sad. But we keep finding them in the British, possibly the international editions. I'm going to say anything that doesn't seem to be the Berkeley one. But what we have here is. I suppose disguises and doubts, if you like, but we've got the preacher turning up to deliver a number of messages and then to preach a sermon within this chapter, and we get to see the impact of these messages of the speaker themselves upon Alia, pardon me, who's observing this from her tower. Sorry, tower. That's one of those words that Northern Irish people struggle with a wee bit. Tower, we would say. Apologies for that. TOWER. We get a little bit more insight into what's happening to the planet, and I suppose that we can see various plots moving forward. And we've also got some interesting language stuff as well to have a wee look at. So all in all, it's a pretty good chapter, and it's an interesting one. In terms of a number of things, but particularly also, I suppose, is having a wee look at power and having a look at the results of the Fremen jihad upon the universe. Um, yeah, I'm just looking at another big mistake we've got here. I suppose at the end of it, whenever we get there, I'll just have a wee kind of run through of potentially what Alia is up to, and what that would ultimately sort of result in. For example, things like fratricide, matricide, parasite, etc., etc. um, and just in terms of, I suppose, the a few things to do with Greek mythology, possibly as well. I just wanted to look up something very quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Just quickly write down a character's name. Bear with me a second. Sorry, very quickly when I look something up. Let's see, I'm looking at. Yeah, sorry, just want to scribble this name down. Just have a wee nosy on this character later on. Let me see. Oh, I've got loads of pens that aren't working here. I've been doing a little pen call today. There we go. Right, sorry about that, folks. Right, there we go. I'll just check in and see who's saying hello there. There's Sean Wyland saying, did you have any interest in the new Dune television series on HBO? And there's Carlos Casella saying, hey guys, Carlos saying, really bad signal. I'll have to watch later. Sorry, Doc. No worries at all, Carlos. I've also realized, folks, I know that we've still got some sound problems with a cackling kind of noise on the channel, and occasionally we lose little bits of video. I think generally just with the length of the broadcast that we do, some of that's part and parcel. But I think I've got another idea as to what the problem is. Obviously, I've gone and bought a new microphone, and I'm pretty sure I didn't need to at this point. But I'm going to try and swap around some equipment again and have another go and see if I could do something about it. But apologies, Carlos. Our weather's a wee bit fun. Yeah, we're in a really bad cold spell at the minute. We've had all sorts of kind of freezing fog and stuff. Generally, there's I think there's been some sunspot activity lately, but generally some of these things do affect us. But no worries, Carlos, and thanks very much for dropping in, saying hello. Yeah, I suppose just I was always doing a wee bit of housekeeping, but just in relation to what Sean's saying, yeah, for everyone who's not heard, I suppose HBO have dropped the new Dune television show, Dune Prophecy. Isn't that right? Yes, I think, and pardon me, based on a Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson book. And yes, I've seen it. I watched the first episode last night, and I'm not familiar with the book, Sean. Do I have any interest in the new Dune television series on HBO? I'm interested in all things Dune, to be honest with you. I'm not that into the continued extended universe of Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson. But I'm happy enough to look at, again, this is someone else's adaptation of their work, and I suppose it lets me see how much they mess with the back history of the Dune universe, which looks like an awful lot, to be honest with you. But I watched it, and I'm not too sure what to think about it as of yet, Sean. So I fancy having another wee watch at it. But I've watched it with the subtitles on. I spotted a few interesting things in it, I suppose. And if I'm not mistaken, this was last night actually when I was finishing up my notes. If I'm not mistaken, I might have scribbled down some things about it. But the one thing it certainly didn't feel like, if you like, just to say that was that it was Frank Herbert's Dune universe. If you see what I mean, and just in relation to particularly the introductory narration and things like that, you know. And I thought that there was elements of the original Dune story kind of just being retold in it, I think, you know. But there we go. But if yeah, I hope I'm coming through okay for everybody else. By the way, if anybody's maybe just, I know Carlos is getting a bit of a bad signal there. But yeah, so it's been an interesting week. But yes, indeed, in terms of Dune content, then I suppose TV show. I think you can watch it on Sky here, but it's by HBO. What else? I suppose. Yeah. So in terms of the internet, I suppose most of our, what would you call them, orthodox Dune stations are starting to run podcasts and things like that, and breakdowns of the episode and stuff. So it's a lot. It means that there's a lot more content and analysis, I suppose, for Dune fans, But it's also 10,000 years in the past, isn't it? Really, there's quite a disassociation from the original story. The only other thing I'd say about it, Sean, just I'm happy to keep an open mind about it. Like all things, I mean, I watched all of the Rings of Power series, and again, just kept an open mind as I watched it. I made it all the way through. I'll do the same thing with this. I don't have much TV to watch, to be honest with you, Sean. So I'll probably have a nosy at it. It's something new to look at. And again, I'll just sort of keep an open mind about it and see where the story goes. But yeah, it's again, it's there's Chaya saying shalom all, shalom Chaya. Sean Brown saying Dune prophecy, yes, and exactly. I don't blame anyone being less interested in the Brian Herbert material. Audio's good on my end, a little crackling, but infrequent. Yeah, that's got something to do with my speakers. I'm starting to think, Sean. The speakers I'm using are nearly 60 years old, unfortunately, but they're wired, and I think I pick up some. I can't hear it in this end, but it's definitely there on the episodes. I'm really sorry, but I think it's something to do with atmospherics. But I'm going to swap the speakers out into sort of modern digital ones and see if that does anything for it. Same says Sean. I watched it to keep an open mind. Yeah, why wouldn't you? And there's Julian Thompson saying, "Hey everybody, Chaz saying, is it faithful to Brian's stories? I honestly don't know because I haven't. My understanding is Dune prophecies based on, is it the Sisterhood of Dune? One of their books. Excuse me. So I've only read 5 of them. Pardon me. And in all honesty, I've said this about my main problem with the books was the authorial voice and the kind of dilution and pollution of some of Frank's original ideas, but they're not hideous to read or anything like that. But it was, to me, it was very obvious that this is a franchise and we're going to milk it, and that I knew that there's book after book after book is coming. I'm getting too old for that, so and from my point of view, I don't want to invest. I've invested enough time in the original Frank Herbert's Dune series, if you like, and I've looked at their stuff in relation to how it concluded the story and things like that. But life's too short, and there's better things to read. And I've I've kind of invested enough in. It's not that. It's just, I think what was done with the Dune universe and how it ended, and the mystery of it was what I always appreciated. And the fact that there was a level of mystery to the Dune universe, I thought was a good thing. And I actually thought it was part of its longevity, or part of one of the reasons for its longevity. There was something else I just wanted to quickly say, folks, is that we had somebody pop into the room last week and kind of saying, "Oh, going to pop out because of spoilers." And I didn't have my thinking head on properly. And I said, "No worries, all the best, and pop in whenever you've read the chapter." But it was kind of the wrong response, to be honest with you. And first of all, I should have said sorry I usually do try and give a wee spoiler warning, and I just must have forgot. But the other thing was that for those who are reading along with us, because of the nature of prescience and foreshadowing and forewarning with the book, Herbert spoils the books for us quite a lot. We often, it's a thing to do because it's kind of part and parcel of the epigraphs, if you see, possibly more so in other books. But it was just to say, for anybody who is reading along with us, we're not actively trying to spoil the plot, but sometimes we're connecting things down the road, if you see what I mean. This book's a bit further down. But I don't think anything we do would actually wildly give away too much, if you see what I mean. It's kind of part and parcel. But apologies, and if we do hit something that I will do my best to remember to say spoiler warning. I thought I kind of wasn't too bad at that, but I clearly forgot to do it last week. Pardon me. Let's see. So, Chaya, in relation to your question, is it faithful to Brian's stories? I think you'll have to ask someone else because I haven't read that book. There's Sean jumping in saying that, Chaya. I haven't read Sisterhood of Dune, but the other Dune tubers, Nerd Cookies, Quinn et al., said they try to strike a balance between adhering to Frank's version, despite based on Brian's book. Julian Thompson says Prophecy is an independent screenplay based after Sisterhood of Dune. The writers want to play around with imperial politics and plotting. And Chaya said, in my opinion, they tried to mimic Frank's voice and just kept repeating themselves endlessly rather than adding to the depth of the story. Yeah. And it's an interesting thing because it's a thing that Frank explores within the Dune series. If I wanted to put a systems term on it, and forget about the authorial voice if you like, but throw all that out, what they do is they create, in a story like this, you create positive feedback into the story, and it creates problems, especially when certain things are kind of left to your imagination, if you like. And the fact that Frank's kind of on record as saying that he likes to do that. Pardon me. The other problem is then with Frank deliberately not giving you answers to certain things, letting certain things slide or drop for a certain reason. Excuse me, means that when Brian and Kevin J. Anderson find one of these gaps or one of these, here's a mystery, I wonder what happened here, and run with it, here's a thing we can create a story out of. Basically what it does is it creates problems elsewhere. And it's fundamentally, I suppose the main point is it goes against the objective of the author. And I'm going to drop this. I'm not going to, because he could have told you. If you see what I mean. Whatever happened to Casimir Fenring? There's no reason why Frank Herbert couldn't have given us that at the end of the, fleshed out the character a bit and told us what happened. But he doesn't. And it's because he doesn't want to. And I think if you look at Casimir Fenring the way we've looked at, just as an example of this, the more you don't know about the guy, the more mysterious he is, the more intriguing he is. The more you keep thinking about him whenever you read Dune. We get other characters like that, and because they're just left, and I think it's a very deliberate, and I'm certain of it actually, it's a deliberate thing by the author. So you kind of, as much as the positive feedback thing goes on, whenever they answer, I wonder what happened to this guy, or follow up with one of these mysteries, then they're kind of killing the original intent of the author, and they're removing the mystery from the reader. And the more that they do that, the more it subtly destroys these things, I think. That's my own opinion, But yeah, trying to mimic Frank's voice would be difficult, I think, Chaya. And he does have he's got he's a particular slant on language, I think. His voice is his own, very much. Excuse me, which is one of the great reasons to study him as a science fiction writer, if you like. Particularly in the mid-20th century, quite a lot of them sound similar, He stands out. Now, let's have a wee look at this. Sorry. Epigraph. All about atrocity. Interesting. Now, atrocity is recognized as such by victim and perpetrator alike, by all who learn about it at whatever remove. I've written next that utter bullshit. I'm going to say that a couple of times here. Excuse me, but I'll explain my reasoning in a minute. Atrocity has no excuses and no mitigating argument. I've also written also bullshit. Atrocity never balances or rectifies the past. It's an absolute, but I've written next that fair enough. Atrocity merely arms the future for more atrocity, and I've written next that not always. It is self-perpetuating upon itself, a barbarous form of incest. Whoever commits atrocity also commits those future atrocities thus bred. I suppose a cause and effect thing like that. The reason why, I suppose, I'll just jump into this. This is from the Apocrypha of Muad'Dib. Atrocity is recognized as such by victim and perpetrator alike. I completely disagree. I have enough experience of it in this country to know that that's certainly not true. By all who learn about it at whatever remove, just no. I'm sorry. You can take things like, say, the Oma bombing, if you see what I mean. everybody agrees it's pretty much atrocious, except for the people who set that bomb. They do not, see it as an atrocity in any shape or form. That's just a local example, if you see what I mean. They see it as a part of a campaign of blah, 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 and part of their, plenty of excuses, plenty of whatever, but they would not see it as an atrocity. They would see it as their job or their duty to do that. Atrocity has no excuses, no mitigating argument. Again, they've got loads of excuses, loads of mitigating arguments. I've heard enough of them over all the many years of the Troubles here, and I'm sure as you do have too. This is propaganda we have to run with, if you like, but it's not very good propaganda. Atrocity never balances. Another absolute never balances or rectifies the past. I agree with that one pretty much. Yeah, it doesn't fit to make things right, if you like, because of one thing. An atrocity merely arms the future for more atrocity. Not always. And for example, I think the example that I gave there for of the Oma bombing, I think that level of atrocity, certainly certain things happen to sort of push the peace process forward in Northern Ireland, but probably in biggest relation to them is certainly terrorist acts against America. Certainly had our terrorist organizations shitting themselves very badly at a certain time, because they thought, America was declaring war on terror itself, if you see what I mean. And part of that, I suppose, helped push the peace process in Northern Ireland, though arguably we don't technically have a peace. What we have is a peace process. But certainly there's enough with statements within this that are nonsense. The Apocrypha of Muad'Dib, then that certainly, as we do with many of the epigraphs, I look at this as propaganda, and Atreides propaganda. And I think it's a little bit of a reminder of a couple of things. First of all, the fact that it is propaganda. We've been hearing about propaganda lately, particularly with Carino propaganda. And also the reminder, just the language, the terminology within this atrocity epigraph, if you like, the barbarous and incest, self-perpetuating upon itself. So it's just reminding us of some of the things that are, I think, little hints at certain things that are going on within this as well. Pardon me. But also what we've got coming within the next chapter, I suppose, is the preacher arriving to give his warnings and his sermon, but also we're going to get to see Alia's responses to these. And Alia is going to be under a compulsion here, but we can see the inner workings of her mind. We also see a little bit of the omniscient narrator here popping in as well. But it's an interesting little epigraph, an atrocity, and what's it got to do with this chapter? Why this here now? And I suppose by the end of the chapter, really, we'll see what's going on, what Alia is actually plotting. As regent, right? So here we go, folks. Then our locus is the great square below Alia's temple, and our time is shortly afternoon. How we begin? So shortly afternoon, when most of the pilgrims had wandered to refresh themselves in whatever cooling shade and source of libation they could find, the preacher entered the great square below Alia's temple. He came on the arm of his surrogate eyes, young Assam Tariq. Pardon me. In a pocket beneath his flowing robe, the preacher carried the black gauze mask he'd worn on Salusa Secundus. It amused him to think that the mask and the boy served the same purpose: disguise. While he needed surrogate eyes, doubts remained alive. And so we actually get this is the inner workings, if you like, of the preacher's thoughts here. And we're getting let in on things here that we shouldn't really know. But this is our narrator working. So here's the preacher's thoughts. Let the myth grow, but keep doubts alive, he thought. So I'll just scribble down here. We're getting into this guy's thoughts. The omniscient narrator is at work here. But first of all, it amuses him to admit that the mask and the boy serve the same purpose. First of all, that they're part of a disguise. So what we're getting is that as long as he seems to need guiding, that he appears to be a genuinely blind person as opposed to someone with prescient sight, that the idea that he might not be Paul will continue. and the mystery will grow, the myth will grow. And here's the key to it. No one must discover that the mask was merely cloth, not an Ixian artifact after all. His hand must not slip from a Santaric's bony shoulder. Let the preacher once walk on the sighted as the sighted, despite his eyeless sockets, and all doubts would dissolve. The small hope he nursed would be dead. All doubts would. Hang on. Let me just read that again, folks. I've scribbled something incorrectly there. Let me see. Pardon me. Small hope he nursed would be dead. That's what sorry, I'd written the word would twice. Let me read that again. Apologies. Didn't seem to flow right. Let the preacher once walk as the sighted, despite his eyeless sockets, and all doubts would dissolve. The small hope he nursed would be dead. Each day he prayed for a change, something different over which he might stumble, but even Solusa Secundus had been a pebble. Every aspect, no, nothing changed, nothing could be changed yet. And that's the interesting bit there. The small hope I've written next to that there. The small hope that he nursed. So simply put, and first of all, what's really interesting about that is we've got this thing about Ixian technology. We're going to hear a little bit about the technologies in this chapter, Ix and the Tylaxu. But this piece of supposedly Ixian Tylaxu, it's described to us in one of the previous chapters where he's on Solusa Secundus and how it works. This is a fake. It's just a piece of cloth, basically. That seems that he's told people that it's an Ixian sight device, if you like. And he keeps the hand on Tariq's shoulder again to be guided as if he was blind. But if he, even though he's obviously got no eyes, if he starts walking around like he knows the place, without this or without the guide, people would automatically, the myth would, that's it, he must be Paul Atreides. Which would change things from nothing changed, nothing could be changed yet. And so I think at this point he's still following a particular path where nothing particularly surprises him, but I think he's heading towards the point where his path merges with Leto's, and that's where things can change and Paul Atreides can get peace, I believe. So it's an interesting entrance, isn't it? But the little bit of insight that we get. And I have to say, when I first read this bit, I kind of thought, I wonder if does that technology exist at all? Or is it just something that the preacher made up? And people kind of went, wow, yeah, I can see through this. Is that something he sold to them through the power of voice or something? I was just wondering, Pardon me. So many people marked his passage past the shops and arcades, noting the way he turned his head from side to side, holding it centered on the doorway or a person. Pardon me. The movements of his head were not always blind natural. And this added to the growing myth. My throat's away. Excuse me a wee second, folks. See if I have a wee slug of honey might help. Very tickly. Which means sticky fingers too. Sorry about that, folks. Joys of live broadcasting, eh? And that scuppered me. I think my honey's leaking. Bear with me 1 wee second, folks. I'm going to have to quickly wash my hands. I do apologise. Oh, dear. Sorry about that. Sticky hands. Oh la la. Right, apologies, folks. Let's see. Hopefully that's my throat a wee bit better. Excuse me. Right. So yes, where were we? The movements of his head were not always blind natural, and this added to the growing myth. Alia watched from a concealed slit in the towering battlements of her temple. She searched that scarred visage far below for some sign, a sure sign of identity. Every rumour was reported to her. Each new one came with its thrill of fear. And we kind of get that, yeah, that Alia's getting off a wee bit, I think, on fear, on her worries, on her nature. We get that sense from her, this kind of thrill, if you like. I think we get a bit more of that throughout this chapter. The thrill of fear. Alia's orders. Here we go. So she thought her order to take the preacher captive would remain secret, but that too came back to her now as a rumour. Even among her guards, someone could not remain silent. And I've actually written there, that's positive feedback. She hoped now that the guards would follow her new orders and not take the robed mystery captive in a public place where it could be seen and reported. I think that's interesting, just this robed mystery is a good way of thinking about it. There's some sort of questions we'll have to ask about Alia as we go here. How much? And I think particularly in relation, so I'm just grabbing some paperweights here. In relation to, is the preacher Paul, sorry, or not? How much sort of I suppose, what's the term I'm looking for? What sort of blinkers is she wearing in relation to that question? If you see me, how much is she prepared to deceive herself? Would be a better way of putting it. There we go. So she was going to get this guy basically, but now it's take him captive, but don't do it publicly. Keep it quiet. And so we're told it was dusty hot in the square. The preacher's young guide had pulled the veil of his robe up around his nose, leaving only the dark eye. I've done that again there. Sorry, I've written the word leaving twice. Leaving only the dark eyes and a thin patch of forehead exposed. The veil bulged with the outline of a still suit's catch tube. This told Alia that they'd come in from the desert. And we get Alia's thoughts here. Where did they hide out there? That's an interesting thing, I suppose. The preacher wore no veil protection from the searing air. He had even dropped the catch tube flap of his stillsuit. His face lay open to the sunlight and the heat shiverings which lifted off the square's paving blocks in visible waves. At the temple steps, we're told there stood a group of 9 pilgrims making their departure obeisance. The shadowed edge of the square held perhaps 50 more persons, mostly pilgrims, devoting themselves to various penances imposed by the priesthood. Among the onlookers could be seen messengers and a few merchants who'd not yet made enough sales to close up for the worst of the day's heat. So you often get the sense that this is kind of a mercantile area around the temple, don't we? So this is kind of the audience, if you like, that's here in the square. Alia watching from the open, watching from the open slit, Alia felt the drenching heat and knew herself to be caught between thinking and sensation, the way she'd often seen her brother caught. The temptation to consult within herself rang like an ominous humming in her head. The Baron was there, dutiful, but always ready to play upon her terrors when rational judgment failed, and the things around her lost their sense of past, present, and future. Excuse me. What if that's Paul down there? She asked herself. Nonsense, the voice within her said. But the reports of the preacher's words could not be doubted. Heresy. Now, just before we go on, I suppose, we've got the Baron is there, dutiful, but always, now here we go, ready to play upon her terrors when rational judgment failed. So basically when Alia's rational judgment failed, and is this to do with possibly between thinking and sensation, where she's maybe in a place of sensation more than thinking, from the previous paragraph. But this is where he plays upon her terrors, is when that happens. And the things around her lost their sense of past, present, and future. And I'm wondering, is that to do with more kind of, taking melange, trying to see the future, etc. But basically, her sense of yesterday, today, and tomorrow is getting muddled up. And whenever that happens, her sense of rationality, her sense of judgment fails her a bit. That's when the Baron starts manipulating her, plays with her terrors, if you like. What if Paul's down there? It's a reasonably good question based on what we've heard. Nonsense, the voice within her said. But the reports of the preacher's word could not be doubted. Heresy. It terrified her to think that Paul himself might bring down the structure built on his name. Why not? She thought of what she said in council just that morning, turning viciously on Irulan, who'd urged acceptance of the gift of clothing from House Carino. So here we have our plan, or our trap and our plan, if you like, from the Carinos, if you like, in action, and we see it's arrived at the Atreides court, if you like. This is the looking back. This is hindsight here, thinking back of how she turns viciously on her in discussion over the clothes that the Carinos have sent, which of course we know is part of a trap to do with these Laza taggers. So this is this trap in action. We're getting a wee bit of this conversation in hindsight here. All gifts, this is Irulan speaking, all gifts to the twins will be examined thoroughly, just as always, Irulan had argued. And when we find the gift harmless, Alia had cried. Somehow that had been the most frightening thing of all, to find that the gift carried no threat. So this is what has made her afraid, actually, that the gift has come, and of course it's got no overt danger to it, has it? It's specifically designed to attract these taggers. It's a very specific part of a plan. There's no kind of poison in the robes or any of this stuff, this kind of thing. And it's almost as if that you'd expect to find something, and by not finding something, that's even more scary, because you go, okay, is this something that's actually a trap that's been designed to get past us? And it's clothing for the twins. Again, will be right next to their skin. And it is part of a trap, to be honest with you. That's the thing. It makes me wonder a few questions about Irulan in this chapter. And just basically in terms of Irulan's loyalties, it's nothing really to do with that. It's more to do with Irulan's naivety, I think. I'm just wondering, is she really naive? So, and when we find the gift harmless, Alia had cried, somehow it had been the most frightening thing of all, to find that the gift carried no threat. In the end, they'd accepted the fine clothing and had gone on to the other issue. So we know that the trap is still a go-go. It hasn't been sussed out. And that trap is progressing, basically. That plan is progressing. The other issue, by the way, what's that? Well, here we go. Was the Lady Jessica to be given a position on the council? And we're told Alia had managed to delay a vote. So she probably doesn't want that to happen. She thought of this as she stared down at the preacher. And so this little section here is about the regency, if you like, and the changes that have happened on Arrakis. Pardon me. So first of all, things which happened to her regency now were like the underside of that transformation they inflicted upon the planet. So we're getting this set up as that the changes, things that are happening to her regency, are like the underside of the transformation that they inflicted upon this planet. So we're getting a simile set up, a comparison, if you like. Dune had symbolized the power of ultimate desert. That power dwindled physically, but the myth of its power grew. It grew apace. Pardon me. I had a problem with that statement. I'll come back to it. Only the ocean desert remained, the great mother desert of the inner planet, with its rim of thorn bushes, which Fremen still called Queen of Night. Behind the thorn bushes arose soft green hills bending down to the sand. All the hills were man-made, Every last one of them had been planted by men who had laboured like crawling insects. The green of those hills was almost overpowering to someone raised as Alia had been in the tradition of dun-shaded sand. I was just wondering, by the way, if anybody could check their copies there. I was wondering, is that dune-shaded sand? Pardon me, I was wondering, is that a wee mistake? Now, jumping back, I suppose I've done a wee kind of doodle of the ocean desert up here, as we call it, with its line of thorn bushes, etc. I have a couple of wee problems just with the language there. The first bit is, so we can compare her regency, what's been happening to the regency, to whatever the underside of the transformation that they've inflicted upon this planet, the darker side of it, if you like. So Dune symbolized the power of the ultimate desert. That power dwindled physically, but the myth of its power grew apace. Now, I'm not too sure. I kind of thought that was a nonsensical statement. For the power to dwindle, to go down physically, for its myth, the myth of its power to grow apace, to keep up with that would seem to make sense that would dwindle as well. I just thought, I don't know, I thought it was a poorly constructed sentence. Almost oxymoronic, if that makes sense. I get what he's trying to say, though. But as the physical, I think it's the other way around, isn't it? It's kind of an inverse proportion thing I think he's looking for. As power dwindles physically, the myth, as the desert gets smaller, the myth of it increases, I think, is what it's meant to say. And then the other bit that I'm not too sure about is I've got only the ocean desert remained, comma, the great mother desert of the inner planet, comma, with its rim of thorn bushes, comma, which Fremen still called Queen of Night. Now, what I don't get is this. Is it the ocean desert, the great mother desert, that they call the Queen of Night, or is it the rim of thorn bushes that they call the Queen of Night? And I didn't think it was obvious. Because behind the thorn bushes arose soft green hills bending down to the sun. And I didn't, if they call it the ocean desert, the great mother desert, then why would they call it the Queen of Night? Or maybe it's just another term. I don't know. I was a wee bit confused. And Chaya's got, let's see, I'll back up a wee bit, but you've got dun shaded. Thank you. I was just curious, quite possibly is dun shaded. Oh no, goodness. Stop jumping to. Wow. Okay. That's something I have to watch. I think I might have to start using another browser. Done simply of dull greyish brown colour, possibly then. I've done shaded sand. Yeah, that's what we're after then. That's okay, I think. So, yeah, it's the Irish version of the Duns. Still built as a settlement. Let's see, blah blah blah. But yeah, I think that's what we're meaning. Is I just was curious. It might have been Dune shaded, which kind of made sense to me as well. I think the desert is the Queen of Night. That's kind of what I thought. Chaya. I thought it was a bit of an elaborate name for some thorn bushes, which are then referred to as some thorn bushes. If you see what I mean, I kind of figured that too. It's just the way it's only the ocean desert remained, called the Great Mother Desert of the inner planet, with its rim of thorn bushes, which is followed by which Fremen still called the Queen. It's just a problem, I think, really. I'm just going to just quickly roll back and check some comments there, folks. Let's see. Chaya saying, in my opinion, they tried to. There we go. The Chaya was saying the plot to kill the twins and the plot to breed them are atrocious. Yeah. So is the Baron's plans for Dune and revenge. Alia's being abomination is also atrocious, as is her abandonment by her mum. Yeah, I was keeping it for the kind of the end of the chapter, all of the atrocities that are coming, or that are potentially being planned. But as I said, at the very least, the two of them have got fratricide, matricide, infanticide, technically parenticide, parasite as well. And I was just going through what's just in terms of killing. What are they? Who are they going to take out here? What would the consequences be? They're all family pretty much to her, and it's also got me kind of thinking about the Oedipal stuff as well. and the way Frank likes to kind of switch things around with characters, invert them and stuff like that. Hmm. Yeah, and interestingly enough, I suppose all the kind of the quandary over burying somebody, I suppose, in those times. But yeah, we'll have to have a wee natter about that soon. Actually, as I said, I'm hoping to try to pick the right point, but take just a point where we might need to take instead of doing a chapter sit. And I think it's when all the esoteric stuff's going to hit. I think we'll need to take a day, an episode, just to kind of let's sit and have a wee natter about all this stuff, so that we're all okay with it. If you know what I mean, because there's a lot of heavy stuff coming. There's a lot of heavy stuff already here, I suppose, but we're going to go deep into it. But yeah, atrocities left, right, and centre, pretty much. Saying, so too the number of dead from Paul's jihad. Yeah, oh yes. And what do we know of the Apocrypha, that which is hidden? And Judith Thompson saying, great question. I'd love to know. Done shaded, and I read it as the desert of the Queen of Night. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Yes, I mean that's the other bit that we're going to get to with him. This is as Chess said, the number of dead from Paul's jihad. And what do we know of the Apocrypha? We're going to be told a wee bit about the jihad, and part of Alia's fears are ultimately, I suppose, what are the consequences of letting a religious jihad loose on the universe for 12 years? What's going to happen? And do you think your subjects are going to like it? One bit. And some again, that's also, we're going to get a wee bit of discussion on in relation to that and the universe, because we're going to talk about, I suppose, those who end up being subjects, but those who take the full kind of obedience to this system, if you like, and the benefits for them as well. Which is, it's all in this chapter. It's interesting. There's a lot here, actually. And as much as it's a bit like, terrified that Paul himself might bring the structure built on his name. Why not? Is what she says. Prior to this, it's also about like, oh, do you think the Carinos would attack us? But ultimately, why not? Is also the question we would ask there, So just back to those hills then, just to recap, this is the ocean desert. All the hills were man-made. Every last one of them had been planted by men who had labored like crawling insects. The green of those hills was almost overpowering to someone raised as Alia had been in the tradition of dun-shaded sand. Yeah, that's make much more sense, dun the colour. In her mind, as in the minds of all Fremen, the ocean desert still held Dune in a grip which would never relax. She had only to close her eyes and she could see that desert. And again, that's why I'm agreeing with Chaya, the Queen of Night. The mystery of this ocean desert, if you like, and how it's perceived. It certainly fits more with the kind of the mystery and the dream of the desert, if you like. And we get the juxtaposition, I suppose, with close your eyes and what actually you can see with them wide open. Now, open eyes at the desert edge saw now the verdant hills, marsh slime reaching out green pseudopods towards the sand, but the other desert remained as powerful as ever. I really like the writing there. That's good fun to read out loud. Just to do it again, just for the giggle. Open eyes at the desert edge saw now the verdant hills, marsh slime reaching out green pseudopods towards the sand, but the other desert remained as powerful as ever. Alia shook her head and stared down at the preacher. So that little bit of a section, again, it's just a little bit of a window into the transformations. The underside of it, if you like, is what she's comparing what's happening to her regency, how things are changing. And not necessarily for the better, I suppose. So she shook her head, stared down at the preacher. Here we go. He had mounted the first of the terraced steps below the temple and turned to face the almost deserted square. Pardon me. Alia touched the button beside her window, which would amplify voices from below. She felt a wave of self-pity, seeing herself held here in loneliness. And it's kind of, looking down. there's different characters I think that Alia is based on. For me, uh, I'm kind of. I suppose we'll talk about maybe a few. I'm going to have to get this all together actually and put all my thoughts together. But one of them in particular is some of the kind of the female characters from Arthurian mythology and legend. But in particular in this one, the one that she does remind me a little bit. Oh, I would also say that I think Alia, grown up Alia, is a composite of a number of, first of all, characters from Greek mythology, but also very much so from Shakespeare and and then Arthurian myth. But the kind of I don't know. There's aspects of Ophelia about Alia, for example, but in particular, the Lady of Shalott. I think in some ways that there's a lot about her. Um, and it's just this little kind of window scene, and it kind of lines up with the lonely princess in the tower kind of image, if you like, which is almost an archetype of fairy tales and especially fairy tales, etc. This kind of thing, but yeah, mythology and certainly within Arthurian myth. But for anybody who's not read it, by the way, it's one of my all-time favorite poems. Is The Lady of Shalott by Tennyson. Pardon me. And if you're into that kind of thing, his Idylls of the King, that kind of stuff are fantastic, So he's a good poet to have a look at explorations of Arthurian ideas. But the Lady of Shalott is one of my all-time favorite stories, and I find it very grimly funny. I have a twisted sense of humor, I suppose, but it's very dark. I find it very funny. And I usually kind of paraphrase it to people. But if you haven't, I suppose it's about a society that thinks it's reached the apex of its greatness, which is an interesting thing. And I suppose it's the Arthurian society. You can maybe consider it an analog for Victorian Britain, if you like. And how your perfection can be just crapped on massively by one just sad thing, if you like. But I suppose that the end of the Lady of Shalott is kind of meant to represent the end of the golden age of Arthur's kingdom, if you like. Pardon me. But if anybody's never read the poem, it will take you a few minutes to read. It's fantastic. It reads quite sinister and mysterious and magical. It's a lovely poem. And I think was it enough authors and poets and playwrights have lifted lines from it for their titles of their books, etc. If you see what I mean. But yeah, she's striking a wee bit of a tragic, sad figure, and it's just a little, again, from our omniscient narrator here, self-pity, lonely, regent of the entire universe, but alone. And of course, she's not alone. She's got a whole lot going on inside. China saying, was it only 12 years? The twins are 9, could be up to, 12 yeah. Let's add 9, 21 years. That's, yes, quite right. Still a very short period of time for this kind of change, isn't it? The idea of green grassy lushness denoting the impending disaster is a neat inversion. Green is was the color that represents sort of, how would you put it, life and death, for want of a better term, I think, within the Dune universe. But yes, indeed, green is not good. Impending disaster is a neat inversion, yes, indeed. China's a huge part of Frank's anti-hero message. Both the preacher and Alia, the Baron, want to destroy Paul's empire. Alia and the Baron through killing everyone, Paul by discrediting himself. Yeah. It's often, I think, the point within the Dune, we've often said it as well, that there's little difference between some of these characters. There's very little difference between the Baron and Leto the First. Hardly any, in terms of their political thinking, the actions that they undertake, the only real difference is their sexual proclivities. I feel like that's about it. But they're, as the two leaders of two different houses, that they're up to and get up to the same kind of stuff. You know. And we've certainly looked at Leto the First, and probably more detail, to be honest, than we've looked at the Baron. But they're very much two sides of the same coin. But yes, indeed, everyone's out to bring it down here. And I think the Baron, yes, kill everybody. But we're going to see that seeping into her thinking here as well. All the euphemistic ways. Well, in this chapter, and it's just certainly the euphemistic way, but she's pretty much comes to the decision to have Irulan murdered. Is why we're pointing out, because she viciously turned on Irulan. We're getting that little snippet here. Her thoughts are kind of bleeding into the action, if you like. Third person omniscient narrator's giving us a little bit of insight. And again, it's just, she's not all, she's not gone super villainy yet. If she is a great villain, by the way, Alia, but she's I don't know, it's interesting how you want to look at her, because I look at her as she was a hero. And arguably could say that she's the villain in this book, but again, an anti-hero. But ultimately, she I think she redeems herself in the end. I think Alia gets to be Alia at the end again. Not sure if you'd agree or not, but she's definitely a very complicated character. And she's a great character, actually. And I often thought, in terms of bringing the Baron back, that kind of thing would diminish the character, but the way that he was brought back and the way that he interacts with Alia, his granddaughter and grandfather, if you like, it's quite a strange thing. It certainly doesn't diminish either character, if you see what I mean. And of course, she did kill him. But yes, 21 years, all of these hells man-made. The color's so green, and again, that tradition of dun shaded sand, I thought that was a bit of a misprint, but it is done that kind of off a greyish color, if you like. It gives us the more sense of what Arrakis was like. Verdant hills, marsh slime reaching in green pseudopods towards the sand. Reaching out green pseudopods towards the sand. I just thought it was a very nice wee bit of science fiction writing there, I thought. Love the word pseudopods. Anything with pods is great. So she's got this button. I'm finding this is, of course, an Ixian device, isn't it? It's a speaker that allows her to hear what's going on down in the square. We've heard about stuff that's made and built into this temple, etc. All sorts of kind of devices that listen, and etc. etc. It's quite a especially when we're told about the scale of the buildings, it seems quite some lengths that they go, I suppose. But it's a way of listening to your people, and we're going to get a bit of a chat about that in a bit as well, aren't we? So, loneliness, self-pity. Here's her thoughts. Whom could she trust, she thought. Stilgar remained reliable, but Stilgar had been infected by this blind man. Let me get another flashback here. And this is Stilgar talking. So, you know how he counts? Stilgar had asked her. I heard him counting coins as he paid his guide. It's very strange to my Fremen ears, and that's a terrible thing. He counts Shuk, Ishkai, Kimsa, Chasku, Picha, Sukta, and so on. I've not like that days in the desert. And so that's present then. So that's this little flashback of Stilgar talking about how the preacher counts in some sort of strange language. I've got this just over the page here, so I'll just finish this wee bit here. But from this, Alia knew that Stilgar could not be sent to do the job which must be done. That sounds pretty ominous. I've marked it in red. Sounds like to kill the preacher, to be honest. I want this guy dead. And she still possibly suspects that this might be her brother. So that's fratricide. Pretty much, whether she sends someone to do it or does it herself, she's involved in the killing, and she would have to be circumspect with her guards, with the slightest emphasis from the Regency tended to be taken as absolute command. And I've kind of written, what does this mean? And it's kind of, I think what it is it's the guards and stuff taking possibly a wee bit upon themselves, but also taking things possibly too literally. This kind of thing. Taking things too. There's a great 2000 AD character called Albernad Snaz. He's the man with the multi-story brain, and I think he appears in probably like 3 or 4 episodes within the whole comics series. I think part of Tharg's Future Shocks, possibly, or one of those kind of sets of stories. Albernad Schnaz is very much based on kind of Clopurgus and Trowel, the inventor robots, if you like, from Stanisław Lem's Siberia. So he's that same kind of guy. He's got 4 eyes, and he's known as Albernad Schnaz, the man with the multi-story brain. Every story begins with him and his robot butler floating in space, if you like. Somebody picks him up. He's a great inventor, takes them to their planet where they have a real problem with their society. He sorts it out. It seems that he sorts it out for a while. Generally, things go very badly wrong. Makes everything much worse, and it ends with the people taking him and his robot butler and dumping him in space because of what he's done to their planet. But it's one of my favorite stories about this kind of thing, is that it's a planet hires him to kind of sort out their lawlessness, if you like, and he builds this fleet of robots, law enforcers, if you like. And unfortunately, they go out and enforce the law literally. So they loved it in the comic book, the way they're arresting some guy, and the guy goes, "I didn't do nothing," and the robot, for using a double negative and breaking the laws of grammar, this kind of thing. Going a wee bit too far with that, if you like, but I get the sense that they could say something a certain way, and this has been done before. I thought he said, this person offends him, let's go kill him, this kind of thing, taking their word as absolute command. And again, probably to do with the association with religion and law going hand in hand, if you like, with the religion of Muad'Dib. Now, just to let you know, the language that, just for a bit of fun, the language that Stilgar is speaking there. So this is how Muad'Dib cooks, sorry, that would be good, counts, is Shuk, Ishkai, Kimsa, Chasku, Picha, Sukta. So this is a reasonable amount on the internet, actually, but this is Ecuadorian Quechua, pardon me, which is a language of, it's from the Andes, pardon me, I'm burping here, excuse me, is a language spoken in the Andes of South America. And just for a bit of fun, I've got the real words here. Frank has changed them slightly. Let me just see. First 2 are the same. So we have, I'll count, now Frank's counting to 6 there. So Shuk, Ishkai, Quimsa, Chusku, Pikas, and Sukta are the real words 1 to 6. And just for a bit of fun, here we go. So Shuk, Ishkai, Quimsa, Chusku, Pikas, Sukta, Kankis, Pusak, Iskun, Chunka. There we go. That's 1 to 10 in that language. And I just want to say, Alia, Nukaka, Russ, Mekani. There we go. Which is, hi, my name's Russ. There we go. I was saying it's kind of fun. I was speaking one of the Berber languages a wee while back when we hit these strange languages within Dune that Frank has appropriated. But that's what that is. And so I went a wee bit further than that. I got numbers 1 to 10. And I figured out how to say hello. And my name is in Ecuadorian Quechua. Now, I'll take that in, sorry, just to spell it for you folks. So there's a slight variation in some of the words, but that's Ecuadorian. I think there's plenty of people who've hunted it down, etc. It's not a Quechua. Hang on. There we go. That's what we got. Ecuadorian. Did I spell that right? Hopefully. I bet you I didn't. Ecuador, isn't it? I put equi. Hang on. How do you spell Ecuador? Ecuador. Yeah, I thought as much. Apologies to anybody from Ecuador. Hang on. I'll have to fix that. There we go. I'm certain that that is P-I-C-H-U-A. There we go. That's better. Bad Russell. Ecuador. Of course, I knew that. Right, there we go. So just for a wee bit of fun, that's the language that Stilgar is speaking. I've not heard counting like that since the old days in the desert. So once again, it really does show you that Frank will grab ideas and language from pretty much anywhere to bring into the Dune story. But we do seem to have much more of a focus, whereas we've had a lot of, I suppose, stuff from Greek mythology, Arabic mythology, and Islam and Judaism, the old world religions, and a lot of that kind of stuff building up within the first few Dune stories. Linguistically, we've seen a lot more from the Americas in this book, I think. Which will be interesting because I'll kind of do what I did with the end of Dune. I kind of went through it and found all the how many religious references to this religion, how many to this one. I kind of did a wee thing like that, and just kind of ranked them in terms of that. And it'd just be interesting to see how many different languages and things like that and what they are that we end up with. But by the end of the 6 Dune books, we could actually put together, right, here's all the languages spoken in the Dune series that we found, and just all the different things that make up different parts of the characters and culture. But that's a aspect of Fremen culture. There we go. The language is Ecuadorian Quechua, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, which sounds cool. But isn't it great to say speak little things like that, just for a bit of fun? So apart from that, Frank's numbers 3 and 4, Frank has added a letter to the Quimsa. He's added a letter to Chusku, for example. But apart from that, all of the other words are the same. Pika ends in an S. He's taken a letter off there. But all those words are pretty much the same. There you go. Shuk, Ishkai, Quimsa, Chusku, Pika, Sukta, Kanchis, Pusak, Iskun, and Chunka would be 1 to 10 in that language. But I had fun with that. I think that's great. There you go. As a language I never even knew existed. There you go. But it sounds like she's got issues. Alia's got issues with people either following orders too well, or doing what they think that they want, this kind of thing, possibly, I don't know. But basically, they're not doing exactly what I want, I think. And so obviously, this has got to do with, we're also been told that she's got spies, rumors that are coming back to her are coming from her own orders and her own guards. So it's like that she's a leak there, if you like, of some kind. Or else that the topics that are kind of, are kind of just being chatted about by the guards, that they're not too comfortable with them. So what was he doing down there? Sorry. What was he doing down there, this preacher? And I at this point, I was feeling a bit cheeky. I thought that the clue's probably in his name. I think he's come to preach. But again, just, this is Alia's thoughts. So we're told the surrounding marketplace beneath its protective balconies and arched arcades still presented a gaudy face. I've just put a kind of money symbol next to that. Merchandise left on display with a few boys to watch over it. Some few merchants remained awake there, sniffing for the spice biscuit money of the back country or the jingle in a pilgrim's purse. Alia studied the preacher's back. He appeared poised for speech, but something withheld his voice. I think he's waiting for something to happen. Her thoughts here: why do I stand here watching that ruin in ancient flesh? She asked herself. That mortal wreckage down there cannot be the vessel of magnificence which once was my brother. Now, I've put that some good language there. He's a ruin in ancient flesh. I think ruins are fantastic, but there you go. It's also that the preachers, I don't know, it always seems to be described as much older than we think Paul would be, I think. What was the other, how else was he referred to a moment ago? It was quite funny, wasn't it? Oh, it's the bit where she's thinking about having him arrested, that bit there. Preacher captive. Where are we? The robed mystery captain. The robed mystery, first of all, that's what I was looking for. This time he's a ruin in ancient flesh and mortal wreckage. Basically the human equivalent of a car crash is what she said. As composed to this vessel of magnificence. It reminds me on the when Hamlet in Prince Hamlet, what was it he says, he's comparing his father to Hamlet Senior to Claudius the King. Was it like Hyperion to a satyr? I think is what he says. Like the sun god to a goaty little. That's something a bit like that. I think is this ancient wreck, this ancient flesh, this walking ruin in ancient flesh, this mortal wreckage, this robed mystery cannot possibly be the vessel of magnificence. Magnificence. Oh, hang on. Let me just check that. Magnificence, I believe. Isn't that the word? There we are. Magnificence. Yes, indeed. I've dropped a letter there. Let me just fix that. Oh, goodness. I've dropped 2 letters. Magnificence. There we go. It's a very religious kind of term, isn't it? Oh, vessel of magnificence. The container of greatness is another way of putting that, if you like. Magna's great, isn't it? And we were told that he had his face on display a moment ago. This is with his back turned, isn't it? Even though she's looking down. She's had the opportunity to see the face. The real thing is it's a bit like Paul and the medics and Dune Messiah. We sort of figure, that he could, I think he avoids them basically. And of course, Paul should absolutely know that Chani's having twins, but the whole avoiding this kind of thing, it's about avoidance. All she has to do to know if he's the preacher is to go down that tower and walk right up to him and go, "Excuse me, hello, oi, come here, let me see. Oh, it's you, Paul." That's all it would take. I suppose it's the simple little things that people don't undertake in the Dune series that you kind of wonder about, don't you? But why am I standing here looking at this? I think the language is great. This ruin in ancient flesh, mortal wreckage, cannot be the vessel of magnificence. If that's the case, if she convinces herself that this isn't Paul, and I think this is what she's doing, because the general gist is that, especially from what we've been getting from everybody, is that it most likely is him. But if it's not him, I can kill him. And I think it's that level of self-delusion is what we're getting here with her. Frustration bordering on anger filled her. How could she find out about the preacher? Just told you. Find out for certain without finding out. Well, without just, she could send Stilgar to do it, is the other answer, but she doesn't trust him. And arguably, she could send Jessica to do it, but doesn't trust her either. There's plenty. She could send Irulan, sorts of people, and see, is that him? She was trapped. She dare not reveal more than a passing curiosity about this heretic. So this is the chapter, heresy, heretics, etc., etc. Is a big thing itself within the Dune series. For those who are not aware, it is actually the title of one of the books, Heretics of Dune. Heresy and heterodoxy, if you like, being the opposite of orthodoxy. We had a wee chat about it a while back, somewhere within one of the episodes, I think. So she's trapped. She dare not reveal more than a passing curiosity about this heretic. Irulan felt it. And I've written next to this, what what does she feel? Is it her frustration? And I've written, is it Alia's frustration, bordering on anger? Is that what it is? Or is it her curiosity about the preacher? Irulan felt it, but I wasn't too. But again, we're shifting back again to this little incident that we've had that's had Alia almost turn on Irulan and basically decide to have her killed, I suppose. But Irulan felt that she'd lost her famous Bene Gesserit poise and screamed in council. So this is our little flashback number 2. And this is what Irulan says. We've lost the power to think well of ourselves. And we're told that even Stilgar had been shocked. Javid had brought them to their senses. We don't have time for such nonsense. Javid was right. What did it matter how they thought of themselves? All that concerned them was holding on to imperial power. Now, I'm going to pause for a wee second here, folks, and run to the loo. But let me see, I'll just make a wee star there so I know where to come. But I just want to have a wee chat about that, just what Irulan said. When we get back, maybe just have a wee think about it, or any wee comments or questions that you have, sure, chat away or type away, and we'll have a wee look as soon as we get back. I'll just be a wee minute. But it's that we've lost the power to think well of ourselves, but I'm just kind of wondering about that. Is that to do with the Carino's gift? Is it to do with, is she being naive? Or is she angry at the situation within the court because it's maybe that Alia is not acting so naive? This kind of thing that perhaps that they should have moved on. I'll be right back, folks. 1 wee second. Thank you. But and we're back. Sorry about that, folks. Bathroom breaks required. How you doing? Let me see if I can just catch up with any wee comments so far. Julian had been saying the idea of green grassy lushness denoting the impending disaster is a neat inversion. Yeah, sorry, I read that before. China saying a huge part of Frank's anti-hero message. Both the preacher and I've read this one as well. Sorry, folks, I'll just read it again. Pardon me. Both the preacher and Alia / the Baron want to destroy Paul's empire. Alia Baron through killing everyone, Paul by discrediting himself. Yes. Will no one rid me of this troublesome priest? Indeed, that's the kind of thing, isn't it? That's goodness, what's that, Sean? That's Thomas a Becket, isn't it? I think. Am I thinking of? That's kind of exactly what. Let me see, Thomas a Becket. Why not Thomas Becket? Dun, 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 dun. Funny little things you pick up when you're young. Yeah, Thomas A. Becket. What's the difference? Hang on a second. Certainly thought it referred to him. Thomas Becket. I Archbishop of Cullen until his death, 1170. Murdered by followers of the king and killed. That's the guy, yeah. Pardon me, that's exactly who I was thinking. That's a very good. It is him, isn't it? Will someone read me of this troublesome priest? Hang on. Well, no, it is, yeah. Well, no one read me of this. Most commonly quoted as invented in 1740 and handed down by oral tradition is, well, no one read me of this turbulent priest. But according to historian Simon Sharma, this is incorrect. He accepts the account of the contemporary biographer Edward Grimm, writing in Latin. He gives, what miserable drones and traitors have I nourished and brought up in my household, who let their lord be treated with such shameful contempt by a low-born cleric. Many other variants have found their way into the popular culture. But basically, yes, pardon me, which king is it? Let's have a look. Henry II, by Alexander. Henry II, by the looks of it. Huh. Exactly that kind of thing. Who was saying that? Sean Wyland said, was no one rid me of this troublesome priest. It's yes, in relation to Alia's guards, that kind of thing. And she talks about having to. Have I gone to that yet? Actually, hang on. I put the wee star there. How to deal with the problem. Cycle the guards, isn't it? That kind of thing. Because of the rumors getting out. Let me just see. Where did we get to? Rumors. That was the word. Rumor. Very long. Bear with me a second. But yeah, there's a wee how to deal with all of these problems. But pardon me. Yeah, basically, she's going to have. She's thinking about how she's going to be careful about how she deals with her guards in this as well. I can't quite see it somewhere. We have. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I'm looking right at it. Pardon me, I'm just going to get myself some more juice here. From this, Alia knew that Stilgar could not be sent to do the job which must be done. She would have to be circumspect with her guards, where the slightest emphasis from the regency tended to be taken as absolute command. That's the wee bit where we're going, what does this mean? It basically means that and Sean's given us the example of Thomas Becket, where the king basically says, oh, who's going to rid me of this guy? And some people go off and bump him off thinking that that's what the king wants. It's a really good example. Courtiers, guards, etc., acting on behalf of a monarch or absolute ruler, thinking they're doing what they want when actually there might be a bit more to that, or that people say things out loud, sometimes out of whimsy, or that they speak their mind, this kind of thing. But yeah, got to keep a better eye on the guards, basically, is what we get from that. But that's a good example. Thank you, Sean. Julian said the preachers always struck me as a gadfly type. And yeah, there's a bunch of characters like this, I think. And there's also he reminds me of a few different people, actually. Yeah. And the blind preacher, the kind of, this type of preacher is, it's almost become a kind of wee archetype in its way, in a funny way, I think, sometimes. There's me trying to get Ecuadorian Quechua correctly. I'm hopefully pronouncing that correctly. China was saying Paul was cynical about his dad's PR machine, but he used propaganda unsparingly as emperor. He fretted a lot about how the masses perceived, as did Keynes. Yeah, Caring made them good leaders, or maybe they wanted to know their audience to get the message through. I was often wondering about that there is a level of what they seem to be really bothered with, and it's almost like a common malaise today, is how do people, what do people think about me? This kind of how they're perceived, is how they're perceived by the masses. And the one thing that we've always done in this book is that's kind of the point with heroes like this, is that the masses, which would be people like us, we're just a body count to these people. And it's that they're more concerned with how people see them for doing a particular thing, rather than the fact that there's God knows how many billions of people dead because of their actions or inactions, But yes, indeed, and cynical about his PR machine, and there's a level of hypocrisy to it as well. But again, Paul's built this up and he's used it. And he's now seen what's happened, and it's being used. His own religion's being used by other people. It's got out of his hands, like these things do tend to do, I suppose. And I suppose he's quite right. We were pointing out he's trying to destroy it now. But to bring it down, it will be replaced with something else, won't it? Oh, we were just chatting there today, by the way. I was saying, I think last week we mentioned Tony Todd had passed away, the actor. But we saw, in the good old innings, we saw that Simon Callow had passed away. Just popped into my head the other day. Who's a very, very talented actor, husband of Prunella Scales. But he was, let me just see, just quickly. Oh, it's not Simon Callow. Who am I thinking of? For God's sake, my memory. That would be bad. I was saying somebody just passed away and it wasn't them. It was Timothy West. That's who I was thinking. Sorry, I was having a conversation today about Simon Cadell. That was it. And that's why I'm getting them mixed up. But apologies. No, the person I'm thinking on is Timothy West. I'm wondering, is that what? Hang on, wait a minute. I wonder if they both played the same part. That's maybe why I'm mixing them up. Timothy West passed away the other day, a husband of Prunella Scales, but just a great actor. But he was God in Old Harry's game. That's just to point out, I suppose, talking about godliness and our godhood and stuff like that. But he was a very funny God, I think. But I'm just curious. Hang on. I'll have to look something up. There we go. Yeah, Series 7's Timothy West. It was him, yes, indeed. But I was wondering why I was thinking about Simon Callow. So apologies to Simon Callow, who's clearly not dead. The other actor, there was two actors that played God in the show. So one was Timothy West. That's who I was thinking of. There we go. The other was David Swift. There you go. Timothy West. Goodness gracious. Funny how you mix people up. And oddly enough, why I was saying Simon Callow when I was talking about Simon Cadell today, who's in the Lord of the Rings audiobooks. That was a conversation about audio dramas and actors, etc. But there you go. Yeah, just to note that, actually. Sorry, we jumped off topic a wee quick second there. But yes, indeed, where were we? So very quickly, yeah, Irulan's, just before I nip to the loo there, Irulan's comment was, we've lost the power to think well of ourselves. And this is in relation to the gifts, the clothes for the Atreides twins from House Corrino. And I wrote next to this, is this her being naive? Is Alia's response kind of a proper Atreides response, And what if we don't find, a trap that would be almost more surprising than actually finding something? Is Irulan being naive, or is Irulan commenting about, change? We've lost the power to think well of ourselves. Couldn't we just think of it as a gift? Are we that bad a society? I think that's kind of her comment. Almost. Genuinely, is she being naive? Or is she helping along her family in a way? And I actually think it's her being naive here. Even Stilgar had been shocked, we were told, but Javad had brought them back to their senses. And again, this is Alia's remembrance. This is what Javad says: we don't have time for such nonsense. What did it matter how they thought of themselves? For a book with so much philosophy in it, surely the unexamined life is not worth living might have survived up until this point, I thought. Good old matchbook wisdom. But what did it matter how they thought of themselves? All that concerned them was holding on to onto the imperial power. That's it. Don't care about anything else. Power. I don't care how people perceive me. And it doesn't matter how we think of ourselves either. I think that's what you get from that. And she's agreeing with that's what Alia gets out of we don't have time for nonsense, if you like. But it's lost the power to think well of ourselves. No. You kind of have to be able to look yourself in the eye, don't you? If you know, in that kind of sense. Well, I've been that sort of person in my life that you have to be able to live with yourself. Does that make sense? That your actions and your deeds in life have to kind of line up with your own moral code and or your ethics or whatever you want to call it. But if they don't, you can fall out with yourself. You can be disgusted at your own behavior. You can find it hard to live with yourself sometimes, by some choices you make. I've never done anything that bad myself, but you do wonder about the choices that some people make, the decisions they make, and how they behave, and how do you live with yourself? How do you look yourself in the mirror? This kind of thing. Phooey. That's basically what they're saying here. But Irulan recovering her poise had been even more devastating. We've lost something vital, I tell you. When we lost it, we lost the ability to make good decisions. We fall upon decisions these days the way we fall upon an enemy, or wait, which is a form of giving up. And we allow the decisions of others to move us. Have we forgotten that we are the ones who set this current flowing? Waiting is not giving up. Sometimes you have to wait in life, but it's not a form of, and I can speak from experience, sometimes you just got to wait for something to happen. And the trick is the waiting. But it's certainly not a form of giving up. I can get what she's saying here, possibly, but good decisions, we make decisions all the time. Is basically we just deal with them left, right, and center, or we ignore them. But we allow the decisions of others to move us. Have we forgotten that we were the ones who set this current flowing? So it's basically what she's saying there is that we're more reacting rather than acting, I think, is the way I would read it. And that because of that they have lost the ability to think well of themselves, that they should, I don't know, the sense of self-improvement, this kind of thing. And have we forgotten that we're the people that put all this in place? So surely we're trying to build a better universe, aren't we? I think is what I got from that. Shouldn't we try and act and behave accordingly? In other words, let's not think every gift is going to have a trap. Of course, with the Atreides and all of that, beware of Greeks bearing gifts, Trojan horses, all of that stuff, and history repeating itself. This is a weapon that's been let right through, if you like, right through all of their defenses. The clothes are essentially a second skin for the children, and they are, it's a Trojan horse in a way. This has got right. It's a gift that's been let through all of their defenses. The Trojan horse is a gift, by the way. If anyone's not too familiar with the story, the reason why it's a horse is because the Trojans worship Neptune, and the horse is sacred to him. So it's a god appeasement thing, but it's a gift. And the Trojans walk it into the place, and that's bye-bye, and Dr. Yui in the first Dune book is very much the Trojan horse there, I think. Which is an interesting thing, because if we run with that as well, one of the other characters that we can look at, Leto the First, and his decisions and how he goes about his stuff, etc., is Priam. I've always been quite fond of old Priam, actually, in Greek mythology. I think he gets quite a hard time. I think he's a pretty, the end of the Iliad, I suppose, is Priam coming out for his son's body and trying to put an end. He's a very interesting character. He's a very noble character, I think. Let's see. Leto certainly addresses how humanity makes choices, how to flow, but the way he does it is atrocious. Yeah. And again, the whole point is, I suppose, within these stories, the whole problem with the hero is that heroes are great. Here's people with amplified abilities and skills and intellect and all of this stuff. Aren't they amazing? The point is, put any one of us in charge, and we'll probably make a right old hash of things. Put someone whose abilities extend beyond that, and that they most likely will make a right old hash of things too. Something that's been really interesting just over the last week or so is watching the American elections. For the presidency and all of that stuff, it's really, I think it's quite interesting to watch. the amount of money spent on the campaign is an obscenity. Especially when you look at the national debt clock and how it just keeps going like that. But I just thought it was very interesting. And Trump's back in, and the discourse in America, the right versus the left, all of this kind of thing, Democrat and Republican. And it's just very interesting to see American society and the full-on democratic process in action, if you like. The responses to, there you go, there's democracy in action, and somebody's won and somebody lost. And what do you think about it? But it's been interesting. Certainly historical, anyway, pardon me. And I've kind of I kind of absolutely thought Trump was going to win. By the way, I didn't want to really call. I said to him, if somebody asked me about it, and I went, "Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Doesn't really matter." But I was pretty certain he was going to win. But I'm actually shocked to see how much is it Kamala Harris, how much her campaign spent, and they're in a fair bit of debt and this kind of thing. But yeah, it's been very, very interesting. Watch democracy in action. All the pundits, and particularly people who are going, I'm leaving the country, and all of this kind of stuff, And then how Trump's new teams are being, how his staffers are being presented. Very much in a superhero mode again. I think it's the propaganda that I love out of the Trump. I think out of America, no, full stop. Out of just American propaganda for politics is very interesting. And particularly the political campaigns tend to be a bit nasty, I think, in some ways. They're getting like that over here. But yeah. Pardon me. Leto certainly addresses how. Yeah, the Imperium and humanity seem to be in a state of complacency and stagnation for a long time. Make no hero, says John. Yeah, and if you run with the kind of the Bene, what are we looking at? The Dune prophecy. Oh, here we are 10,000 years before Dune, etc. Then that level of stagnation is 10,000 years pretty much, if you run with ideas like that. Schools are developed, they do stuff, and they stick to it all the way up to Paul. And it is a universe of stagnation and a lack of change, I think. And again, it's the great desire, isn't it? Certainly it's what the preacher wants, change. And it is I used to say this to my son, it's the only universal constant is change. It's the only thing, as far as I know, that everything always changes, State of flux. We never walk in the same river twice. All of these kind of things. But it's an interesting speech. We've lost something vital from Irulan, And I tell you, when we lost it, we lost the ability to make good decisions. Making good decisions is important. It's really important. As opposed to making bad decisions and stuff like that. There was a point when I was caring for my dad that I had so little sleep that I kind of had my wife in emergency reserve that I need help. I'm going to call her down and come down and do a day or two for me, this kind of thing. But it was the point where I picked up the phone and called her and went, I need you here now, was that I had so little sleep I could barely say my own name. I couldn't probably remember my own name. That point, I realized I've got to give medicine. I can't do this at this point. I need sleep. No matter what, I have to sleep. And if I don't get it, I'm going to start making bad decisions. I'm going to start making mistakes. It was just that. And my wife came down and it was just the right time. I need the help now. play your card now if you kind of think. But that was my big concern, was just I was so tired that I couldn't make correct decisions about care, and I couldn't administer care properly, if you know, even though I had nurses and stuff around me for half the day. It was the other half, so I had to cover 15 hours. So that's when I was up and down for the other 8 as well, basically. So I was getting no sleep at all for a month. But that was the point where this is a problem. It's very important to be able to make good decisions, to not to make bad ones. Depends on the nature of the decision, I suppose. But if it's life and death, this kind of thing, you kind of want to know what you're doing. But the vitality of it, I get the sense that it's something like trust, that we've lost something, the power to think well of ourselves. It sounds like it's an ethical quandary for Irulan, that there's something missing on that level, if that makes sense to me. And we know that this is a horrible universe to live in. If as much as we love the Dune universe and all, it's one of those kind of places that if you wanted to live there, it's doubtful that you would survive very long, and you probably would hate it. It's quite a nasty place to live. It's hateful if you're a woman, pretty much, unless you're in the Bene Gesserit. If you're not in a noble house, you're part of a perpetual feudal system. If your father's a painter, you'll be a painter. Your children will be painters. This kind of thing. And the upper houses, the powers that be, if you like playing games with the little people. And as much as they have rules like Camley in place, the slaughter of the innocent is humongous in these books. But I think Irulan's comments are very important here. At the same time, she's wrong. Because if you have to ask, have we lost the power to well? This is all to do with this gift. The gift is a trap. Her naivety here. She's thinking, "Oh, it's all good. It's going to be okay as my family make it. We're married and all of this stuff. The political ties are there. They wouldn't dare." That's the gist that I get from it. But I ultimately think she's being naive here, and I think it's in part of that. We're going to get to the preacher's 4 messages, if you like. It's part of the reason why one of them's aimed at her, I think. And all over the question of whether to accept a gift from House Corrino. That's what it's all about. And here we go, Alia's thoughts of murder. And I just quickly did a wee. There we have our little doodle. Alia's thoughts of murder. Irulan will have to be disposed of, Alia decided. And I've written next to that's another evil plot. And again, Alia is related to Irulan. They're probably second cousins or something like that, I think. So again, this is familial murder that she's planning, which is an Atreides trait. Alia's thoughts here are, what was that old man down there waiting for? He called himself a preacher. Why didn't he preach? Irulan was wrong about our decision making. Alia told herself, I can't make proper decisions. The person with life and death decisions to make must make decisions or remain caught in the pendulum. Paul had always said that stasis was the most dangerous of those things which were not natural. The only permanence is fluid. Change was all that mattered. I wrote that stasis is perfectly natural underneath this. Only permanence is fluid. Everything's fluid, if you want to break it down to that. And also that nothing is permanent. Change is all that matters. Change is the only constant. But stasis is a part of nature. And I think he's completing that kind of stasis with some form of permanent stasis, if you like. It's one of those statements that comes out of the Dune series, hyperbolic, and often contain the phrase "most dangerous." We've had a few of those, I think, recently. Stasis was the most dangerous of those things which were not natural. I was thinking about creatures that live in homeostasis, etc., etc. State of balance. Stasis is a state of static balance or equilibrium, a state or period of stability during which little or no evolutionary change in a lineage occurs. So, a period of state or inactivity or equilibrium A stoppage of flow of a body fluid is its other meaning. A term for civil strife. Now, that could be an alternative meaning there, but I don't think so. And it's not natural, unnatural. And then stasis within, let's see, medical term from physiology is the slowing down or stopping. Hemostasis, for example, comes from the Greek word standing or stoppage, which is stasis. There we go. Now, it has lots of different... Just having a wee quick look at, but biology is kind of where we were going. No, that's not. It says stasis within biology is a block or little or no evolutionary change in a species in the punctuated equilibrium model of evolutionary biology. With stasis in yeah, you can see it's in all sorts of things there. Homeostasis, there's a state of steady internal physical and chemical conditions maintained by living systems. So Paul had always said that stasis was the most dangerous of these things which were not natural. The only permanence is fluid. Change was all that mattered. This kind of thing. We get that, but unfortunately, it's not. I wouldn't agree with him on the term stasis. What is it? Is homeostasis? Is it hydrostatic creatures? Is it the that you can buy? They sell the kids. It used to be in all the comic books. What is it called? Sea monkeys. Aren't they some kind of hydrostatic form of shrimp or something like that? I think there we go. But I just thought again, there's a couple of things within this chapter, within the epigraph of what we say about atrocity. I can forgive because we can consider it propaganda. This is something that Paul has said. I'm not agreeing with him on one of them. The only thing that's permanent that lasts forever is the only permanence is fluid. Change was all that mattered. Again, if you have that kind of things like Heraclitus, our pre-Socratic philosopher, when he says that you never stand in the same river twice, it's both about the person and the river itself. It's to do with atoms and stuff like that. A lot of these are I kind of get that just from it, if you like, But I don't agree. There's a number of things I don't agree with in this chapter. That's an interesting thing, Julian, you're saying there. I'll just catch up with you. Sorry, just pure image humanity, they seem to be make no heroes, says Julian. I have a new appreciation, Julian says, for the fall of Periclean democracy in the Peloponnesian War. Talking about that to one of my students today. So I think we were saying we've been teaching them how to speak properly, the rhetorical methods of speech, etc. So I sent him home today with 4 speeches to look at, one of which was Pericles' funeral oration, Gettysburg Address, I Have a Dream speech, and We'll Fight Them on the Beaches speech, basically those 4. But we were having a wee bit of a chat about, as a GCSE student, so we were having a wee bit of a chat to him about what the Athenian Empire was, basically, and why Athenian democracy is one thing, and I'll show him. I've just got them sitting right here, into the Peloponnesian, to the Battle of Ipsus, and the Athenian Empire. But basically, so yes, chatting about it. We're just discussing. So Pericles was dead before the end of that war, and just some of the events that occurred, and why basically the Athenians are fighting a war against. Why the Peloponnesian War is happening, the Spartan League and the Athenian League. It's an interesting period of history. And Thucydides is your man for that. But we're just talking about that today. Pericles' speech. Periclean democracy and the Peloponnesian War. Yeah. That's the problem. As much as if we study Athens and all the wonderful things, it did end up as an empire. Very briefly, pretty much by 404 BC, that's done. It's the plague of Athens that puts kind of an end to Athens' aspirations down there, isn't it? Basically, what happens, for anybody who's not too sure, is that after the Persian Wars, what happens during the Persian Wars is that the different Greek city-states all chip their money together into a treasury, if you like, and that treasury is kept at an island called Delos. So the what's formed is a league of city-states, if you like. It's known as the Delian League because of where the treasury is housed, and that means mutual funds to build ships, to arm soldiers, all this kind of thing. Put up a joint fight against the Persians, kick the Persians, give them let them have some Spartan joy, and give them a Thermopylae or two. Basically go through, and the war, the Greeks win, if you want, and at the end of the war, pretty much all the different city-states, all the money's there. Can we have our ships and our cash and our back? And Athens goes, no, we're keeping it and we're in charge. And the cities that the cities that kind of go okay with Athens are known as the Athenian League from that point on, but pretty much then everyone else goes to Sparta and goes sort them out, and pretty much those cities form a league under Sparta. And so what you have essentially the Athenian League and the Spartan League at each other. That is essentially the Peloponnesian War in a nutshell. But it ends, as I said, and it ends with Athens is struck by a plague at the end of it, and it's well recorded, etc. That's that really. But the influence of Athenian culture and Greek culture goes on for mucho many years. It's good stuff to read about. So yeah, Persian Wars lead into the Peloponnesian Wars. Peloponnesian War, sorry. Pardon me. Let's see. So poor old Irulan will have to be disposed of. What's he waiting for preaching? I'm just sort of, I can make proper decisions. I can do this, So I'll show them change, I thought. The preacher raised, that's almost his cue, isn't it, here? The preacher raised his arms in benediction. And so for the next bit, we kind of have Alia's point of view. And we have a bit of a preamble to the preacher's speeches, if you like. A few of those remaining in the square moved closer to him, and Alia noted the slowness of that movement. Pardon me. Yes, the rumors were out that the preacher had aroused Alia's displeasure. She bent closer to the Ixian speaker beside her spy hole. The speaker brought her the murmurings of the people in the square, the sound of the wind, the scratching of feet on the sand. There we go. And it's an Ixian product again. Little mentions, little drops of Ixian. We've had this fake Ixian mask that was basically a visual device, a visual aid for the preacher that turned out to be fake. But this is not the case. And we're going to see an association as we move forward in the books with, I suppose, with the Atreides, with the Imperium, with the throne and Ixian technology. And the Thylaxu technology and how that moves forward. It's also going to be a big part of the God Emperor. And it's to do with innovation. And I suppose some things will get crushed and some things will be let flourish, if you like, left alone. And the long-term effects of those technologies. But technologies evolve within these books. So here we go. I bring you 4 messages, the preacher said. Spoiler alert, folks, for about 10 seconds, spoiler alert. This kind of lines up later on with the 4 deaths of the 4, if you like, the 4 deaths of Leto II, this kind of thing. 4 being an interesting number. That's all really I wanted to say there. Spoiler alert over. I'll do my best. So here are the 4 messages of Leto, messages of the preacher. His voice blared from Alia's speaker, and she turned down the volume. And I think this is kind of interesting here, that the technology, how voice works in a crowd has always been kind of interesting, isn't it? But this is voice being used here. And it's being delivered to Alia, who's way up there via her Ixian technology. And I think that's possibly what Paul's been waiting for, just waiting for this moment. But here we go. Each message is for a certain person, the preacher said. The first message is Alia. Hang on, sorry. Have I missed a word there? Bet you have. No, the first message is Alia. Not missing the word to, perhaps. That's what I've got there. I wonder if anybody. It says the first message is Alia, the suzerain of this place. Dear, oh dear. Can somebody check that for me? The first message is to. I don't have the word to Alia. Mine says the first message is Alia, the suzerain of this place. I'd imagine it's missing a word to there. The first message is, or for Alia. Oh, could maybe somebody check their text for me? Colleges and Canada saying our current shower of elected politicians are making far worse decisions than we could. What was it? We made a poster up for one of my wife's colleagues once. It was just the kind of thing for his desk. But what was it? It was politicians. Something. It was government. That was it. And what was it? It's one of those kind of funny posters. We put our own local government buildings on it. And if you think the problems were bad, wait until you see our solutions. You're gonna make them much worse. Yeah, I don't know. Local government, even here, is quite bad. Actually, it's not a smart thing. I don't think it ever has been, to be honest. Fluid Zen Tao concept, yeah. The fluidity of things and all of that kind of stuff. Totally get it, and especially with Herbert running with fluid dynamics and stuff like that. Fluidity. I use the term myself. I always say that history is fluid. That's where I would use the term most. Most actually, yeah. That's the one time I would use it quite a lot, unless I was discussing Frank Herbert. But I would probably say that history is fluid. And what I mean by that is that it's ever changing, and that our knowledge keeps changing because we keep finding out more and more stuff. And one day you could think this of somebody in the past, and the next day find out, oh wow, that's interesting. There's recently they've just been looking at some of the bodies found at Pompeii, for example, and I think within a certain enclosure area, they had 4 bodies together that for a long time have thought that they were a family unit, if you like, a male, female. And from one particular area, and it turns out that there are 4 males, all of whom are genetically unrelated or something like that, and they're not locals. And the kind of the wow, what does this tell us about Pompeii? It doesn't actually. The fact that they're not all they're not male and female. The real interesting thing is that they're not a family unit, if you like. The fact that they're from different parts of different places, genetically speaking, that they're from different parts of the Roman Empire is absolutely no surprise to me whatsoever. Pompeii and Herculaneum were used as kind of holiday resorts. And Rome's an empire, and all roads lead to Rome. And they actually have places that they go on holiday to and stuff like this. So it's a multi-ethnic society, certainly. And regionally, it covers a fair geographic space, if you like. So it was just that was a story this week that they're going, oh wow, these people are not from just around here, and I went, oh yeah, that's fair enough, But it's interesting sometimes how knowledge changes and shifts from generation to generation, particularly with things like YouTube and the modern internet. You'll get videos by people who are doing, hey, did you know this? And it's kind of, yeah, we learned, yeah, we knew that 50, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. But it's how new generations come across their information, if you like. And I suppose every new generation gets to have, if they're lucky, a little bit more information than the next. Lets you look at things in a different way, doesn't it? Your potential for knowledge is always greater, I think. So I have 4 Alia. Thank you. Bingo. It didn't make any sense to it. It's got to have a word. This is the first message is for Alia. Yeah. Mistakes. Some howlers in this chapter. We haven't really hit them yet. I don't think they're. I have 4 Alia. The first message is for Alia, the suzerain of this place. A suzerain is a feudal overlord, by the way. I'm not sure if we've hit the word before or not. I think we have. He pointed behind him toward her spy hole. She's up there. I bring her a warning. You who hold the secret of duration in your loins have sold your future for an empty purse. The language of that's kind of important. We're going to come back to the empty purse later on in the chapter. But the secret of duration, this is her longevity that's been mentioned in the previous chapter. That she's kind of doing that I'm going to stay eternally young kind of thing. You've traded that for nothing, an empty purse. Sold your future. And here, so each message from the preacher is going to have an internal response from Alia. So that was message number 1. I bring her a warning. You who hold the secret of duration in your loins have sold your future for an empty purse. And then we get Alia's response, and this will run with this. How dare he? Alia thought. But his words froze her. So as much as we have each message, we have a response from Alia. We also have a sense of compulsion, what appears to be compulsion by voice. I've kind of numbered these as we've gone. So this is response number 1, compulsion by voice number 1. She can't move. And as much as this is the interesting thing about the voice, the use of voice, isn't it? He's down there below, but she's got a speaker that's almost too loud. She's had to turn it down. The effects of that voice are coming through the speaker. And it must be some kind of possibly, I don't get the sense that everybody down below is freezing either. It's aimed at her. It's possibly one of these primed words, if you like, that we've read about in Dune. And it could actually, it's a very odd word, isn't it? The suzerain. Could be that word. So message number 2. My second message, the preacher. Oh, hang on. Goodness gracious, let me just check that as well very quickly. This is number 2, 47. All right. Preacher. Yeah, lost the word there. Hang on. That's my mistake this time. There we go. Right, my second message, the preacher said, is for Stilgar the Fremen Naib, who believes he can translate the power of the tribes into the power of the Imperium. My warning to you, Stilgar, the most dangerous of all creations is a rigid code of ethics. It will turn upon you and drive you into exile. We were talking about the language of within this. Paul had always said that stasis was the most dangerous of the most dangerous. It's a run, but we just had it again. The most dangerous of all creations is a rigid code of ethics. I disagree with that entirely. I'm sure I can find something that's been made that's much more dangerous. It will turn upon you and drive you into exile. Again, just me being whimsical. Within the text of the book, it makes sense. Basically, Stilgar believes that the power that the Naibs have, the power of the tribes have in Arrakis, particularly in relation to Arrakis, could translate into the power of the Imperium. I get the sense it's the equivalent of making the Fremen like a great house. Does that make sense? That was my thinking. I'm not too sure if that's correct. It's been a long time since I've read this. My warning to you, Stilgar, another warning. As much as these are called messages, he could almost be called forewarnings, couldn't he? The most dangerous of all creations is the rigid code of ethics. It will turn upon you and drive you into exile. And it's possibly a suggestion, but sticking to this rigidity of the code. And it's a thing that Stilgar's not really known for, isn't it? Stilgar has bent the rules, has changed things, has been susceptible and amenable to change as we've read the books. It's the very reason why he takes Paul and his mother in. At times change, that we can do things differently. I think it's always that conflict within his character of tradition and the new, if you like. But he has the wisdom to apply which one he needs. But I think the other problem is that we've also seen within the Dune series, particularly in the previous, two different legal systems at work, one for the Fremen, one for the Imperium. And we tend to see Fremen law apply to Fremen and Imperial law apply to the Imperium, if you like. But there's some sort of warning there. And these are the people, this is the first message to Alia. These are the people around Alia, her closest people, if you like. Alia's thoughts, he has gone too far, Alia thought. I must send the guards for him, no matter the consequences. But her hands remained at her sides. So, message number two, Alia's response number two, she's still compelled. She can't move. So I've called that voice compulsion number two as well. Oh goodness, yeah, that was one of the things I didn't like about Dune Prophecy, the scene with voice in it. And it's still quite a vicious. It's been quite a vicious little show already. I thought, in terms of violence and what you see, that was interesting. But just the use of voice in that by Alia Harkonnen. It's very like barking like a dog. I think I kind of get that from the Dune films as well. It's not how I imagined the voice at all. But voice is at work here. She can't move. She's under a compulsion. The third message then, the preacher turned to face the temple, climbed to the second step, and once more whirled to face the square, all the time keeping his left hand upon the shoulder of his guide. He called out now. My third message is for the Princess Irulan. Princess, with an exclamation mark, by the way. Humiliation is a thing which no person forget. I warn you to flee. And again, another exclamation mark. He's being loud. He's giving her an order. Get out of there. Run is essentially. Now, this is interesting, this little bit. What is he saying? What's he saying? Alia asked herself. We humiliated Irulan. Note the plural pronoun there. We humiliated Irulan. It's her. But why does he warn her to flee? My decision was just made. A thrill of fear shot through Alia. There's that thrill of fear again. How did the preacher know? That's a good question. She's literally just thought, I'm going to have her killed a few seconds ago. Irulan will have to be disposed of. Alia decided. She just decided that a minute ago. Here's the preacher telling her, get out of there, run. I warn you to flee. Leave, just get out of there, run. It's very obvious. And as much as the other two, I bring her a warning. My second message is for Stilgar, blah, blah, blah. My warning to you. This is actually a warning, interestingly enough, but doesn't say so, whereas the other two, So my third message is for the Princess Irulan. Princess, humiliation is a thing which no person can forget. I warn you to flee. The other thing that, and again, this immediately, Ali is like, what's he saying? How does he know? How does he know? That's what I was thinking. It's a good question, and it should point. How did the preacher know? It should tell her that he's prescient. That it's probably Paul. That should probably confirm it for her, I think. Because he knows the inner workings of her mind. He's not reading her mind. And again, this fear that she seems to thrill. She seems to be getting on. We're told that the fear is thrilling to her. She seems to be enjoying it, and possibly that's because of, again, possibly seeing into the prescient future, if you like, that not having any change, any surprise, that kind of thing. But I don't think that's really the case actually here. I think there's plenty to surprise Alia. How did the preacher know? Again, we're not told about the compulsion here, but she's still not moving. Message number 4 then. My fourth message is for Duncan Idaho. He shouted, Duncan, you were taught to believe that loyalty buys loyalty. Oh, Duncan, do not believe in history, because history is impelled by whatever passes for money. Duncan, take your horns and do what you know best how to do. Loyalty buys. You were taught to believe that loyalty buys loyalty. That's kind of Atreides thinking, isn't it? Do not believe in history, because history is impelled by whatever passes for money. Possibly at the time, but not always. No, History. A lot of people go with history is written by the victor or this kind of thing. What was it Churchill said? History will be kind to me because I intend to write it. There's a level of arrogance behind that he's quite wrong. As much as certain people look at Churchill within a certain time period of how World War II ends, I don't think people will look back on him too kindly. And once he's dead, other people will write histories on you. History is a thing you can't really control. You can try to. But whenever enough time goes by, as long as there's evidence, as long as there's people willing to inquire, it's generally a thing that there aren't too many rich historians, let me put it that way. It's not a thing that tends to be compelled by money, though a lot of academia is governed by money these days, I suppose. But this, again, I'm talking sort of in general to the world today, I suppose, not in relation to the story here. But take your horns and do what you know best how to do. I think, what does that mean? Pick up your swords and go kill. You just do what you do best. Be a sword master. I'm not too sure what we think about that one. You know, take up your horn. Do what you know best how to do. If I told Duncan Idaho to do what he did best, I'd expect him to come out and have a slaughter fest. Sword. Let's go sword mastering. Go fighting. So again, the Alia, we're told, chewed on the back of her right hand. And the symbolism of the right hand, again, the power. She's doing that. We're told that that's not what she wants to be, but she wanted to reach out and press the button, which would summon guards by her, but her hand refused to move. It's her hand that won't move, perhaps. So is she biting it to try and get feeling into it? Is she chewing the back of her hand out of what she's just heard? Like one of those kind of things. The right hand is the ultimate symbol of power and agency, by the way. She's biting her own hand. I think that the symbolism of that's kind of interesting. And she wants to reach out and press the button, which was some of the guards, but her hand refused to move. And I suppose, how has she not figured out in her own head, I'm under a compulsion by voice, or something's happened? The whole why can I not move hasn't really been explored well, I think, here, by her. There we go. So I'm going to take a wee sip here and have a look, see if there's any comments here. College going to say, speaking of transgenerational knowledge, I think the disruption in cultural. That's an interesting thing. Way to put it. I think the disruption in cultural currents inflicted by the internet has led to a huge break in givens and understanding. I think, for example, the number of times I've read Dread was a satire from 20-year-old tweeters is embarrassing, as though it's a novel discovery they made 50 years after we read the first progs. Yeah, there tends to be a wee bit of a lack of awareness about stuff that's already out there, I think. History is written by the writer, says Julian. The Athenians lost the war, but their style of democracy and their thought is still around. Absolutely. Yes, and it is that thinking. That's what makes the Athenians great, is it's their attitude to the world and their thought process, if you like. And it's that level of thought and they're kind of, it's a kind of a can-do attitude, if you like, and will do, that the Romans admire so much. So the Romans do a lot of Greek thinking, if you see. I mean, it carries on and it develops, and it's the Athenian democracy is kind of pretty much the basis of all Western civilization and democracy as we know it, And especially, Julian, you see that we've talked about Lysistrata, by the way, at that particular period of the war and what's happening within Athenian society. Lysistrata's first performance, 11 BC, so just a few years before. Pretty much it all falls apart, and it's Lysistrata, for those who don't know it, it's kind of a sex comedy. Excuse me. It's actually about the Peloponnesian War, the state of things going on, the war between the Athenian League and the Spartan League, and it's kind of it's a very funny play. It's about a kind of them trying to have a sex strike to get the men to stop fighting, if you like. God, it would have been great if they made it with the cast of the Carry On movies, this kind of thing way back then. This is Strata as a play that sits very well in the modern world, as a kind of battle of the sexes kind of thing. But there's a little bit more to it, and it's kind of it kind of shows the hope, if you like, that Athenian society had for its future. But yeah, nasty old plague. I think we're pretty certain that the plague, it's one of those things that whenever COVID-19 came out, this thing they're going, well, this has never happened before, and I was going, yeah, it has. And it's one of those things. What you're saying, the disruption culture events and something about it. People going, oh, we've never experienced anything like COVID-19 before in world history. And I was going, what a load of shit. What do you seriously? And the plague of Athens was the first thing that popped into my head. First wave of it, second wave of it, etc., etc. What was it? How we look at it now? Actually, reading up on kind of developments in archaeology, particularly looked at bones and teeth. Levels of population within Athens at the time, etc., etc. How the second wave affected those who medically treated the people in the first wave, that they weren't too bad. The next, I think it was Ebola now. Though for a long time, again, how things changed. When I was at university, the argument was that it was typhus. My understanding is archaeological evidence has pretty much nailed it, that it was, and it's because of stuff that's been going on with Africa, Western Africa, pardon me, with Ebola in the 20th and 21st centuries, that we've been able to kind of line up the things and go, yeah, it looks like the plague of Athens was an Ebola outbreak. There you go. Interesting stuff, Isn't it? Frank argues that true history is older than genetic memory. Yeah. History again. What is history? We've had a good discussion about this. I tend to have a different opinion on it than other people. Well, you just kind of know my opinion on it. I think somebody was telling me about how I think is it kind of rabbinic studies and things look at history of Judaism and I suppose the ancient world in relation. How do they study these things? Do they study them as history? Do they study, or do they look at them as myth? This kind of thing. It was probably Chai. I was having a chat about this at some point. And I always think it's interesting that, if you look at something like the Old Testament and stuff, like the way I would look at it, do I look at it as history? Yeah. Do you look at it as myth? Yeah. What do you look at it as? And the answer is kind of almost all of these things. To think it's one rather than the other, if you like, there's a particularly within the Greek cultures, of the ancient world, the Romans aren't really mucking around within the archaic point, if you like. But there's points where we have, I suppose, really what you're looking at within certain transitions within the cultures. It's the shift between the Bronze Age into the Iron Age, really. All of these big kind of myths and epics kind of come from that period. Within the Old Testament, there's a Bronze Age era, and then there's a shift to the Iron Age. Does that make sense? It's the same with the Greeks and so on. When we look at the Iliad and the Odyssey, what we're looking at essentially is Bronze Age Greece. But we go down a little bit down the road, go past those dark ages, and we return with Iron Age Greece. And it's the same. For example, the Hellenes there at that certain point, they had reading and writing. They lost it for a few hundred years, got it back. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm off topic. I could gush about this all night, to be honest. It's interesting, and how you look at things. We were talking about how you look at people in the past, how you look at events at them, and try to figure out what is going on, and put your evidence together, work with the evidence, work without bias, It's an interesting thing to do. I like it. I love I love trying to figure out what went on. But particularly within the classical world, though, as much as you go, here's a bunch of events. If you're a historian, that happened, that happened. We really do look into things in much, much greater detail, just at a cultural level. I said, we're interested in how these people made their pots, what stories they told around all aspects of their lives. And it doesn't matter what culture you study. If you approach a culture that way, you learn everything about it. Then your understanding as much, as much as you can, is very much improved. Now, here we go. So this is the Sermon of the Desert coming up. The preacher. Now, I will preach to you, the preacher said. This is a sermon of the desert. I'm going to be thinking about the desert representing power as well within this. I direct it to the ears of Muad'Dib's priesthood, those who practice the ecumenism of the sword. Oh, you believers in manifest destiny, know you not that manifest destiny has its demonic side? Pardon me. You cry out that you find yourselves exalted merely to have lived in the blessed generations of Muad'Dib. I say to you that you have abandoned Muad'Dib. Holiness has replaced love. Holiness has replaced love in your religion. You court the vengeance of the desert. So this is the sermon of each of the four messages so far has been aimed at an individual here. They're the people closest around Alia, pretty much. Stilgar, Irulan, and Duncan Idaho. At this point, she's planning to kill at least one of them, possibly along with her own mother, and possibly a bunch of Carinos as well. So this is a shift. This is aimed at the Muad'Dib's priesthood. This is the attack against his own religion, if you like, that we were talking about here. Who believe, believers in manifest destiny. That basically you're people who believe that just because you were born in the same era as me, you take on my priesthood, that you're destined for greatness. It's just evident, isn't it? That but that kind of idea has also a demonic side. You cry out that you find yourselves exalted merely to have lived in the blessed generations of Muad'Dib. So you've been raised on this kind of holy pedestal just because you're alive at the same time as Muad'Dib. But I say to you that you've abandoned Muad'Dib. You saw that. Your holiness has replaced love in your religion. You court vengeance of the desert. And this is the sermon of the desert. You court its vengeance, is what he's telling them. He lowered his head as though in prayer. Alia felt herself shivering with awareness. God's below, that voice. It had been cracked by years in the burning sands, but it could be the remnants of Paul's voice. Now that's response number 5 from Alia. Shivering with awareness. And it's probably within her own head. That's probably Paul. And it is the voice. Finally, the thing, she's realizing that voice. This is the voice that's probably had her compelled or has used some kind of term to keep her so. Once more, the preacher raised his head. His voice boomed out over the square where more people had begun to gather, attracted by this oddity out of the past. Thus it is written, the preacher shouted, religious language. Things that are written down in books apparently have a lot of power. They who pray for dew at the desert's edge shall bring forth the deluge. They shall not escape their fate, though, through powers of reason. Reason arises from pride that a man may not know in this way when he has done evil. So don't pray for a wee drop of dew, because you'll bring forth the flood. There's a metaphor there pretty much, and I'm sure it goes with Arrakis. You shall not escape their fate through powers of reason. Reason arises from pride that a man may not know in this way when he has done evil. That's also aimed at the priesthood and how they go about their business, I think. They ask for a little bit of this at the desert's edge, but they bring forth a flood. They shall not escape their fate through powers of reason. And again, it's that kind of logic, false logic that you get behind a lot of religious speaking is, oh, well, that means, oh, so-and-so did this, that can only mean that, it's that kind of thing. Reason arises from pride that a man may not know in this way when he has done evil. So it's the suggestion that I think within that the priesthood have done evil, that it's again a form of self-delusion. I'm a chosen one, this kind of thing, and I'll go out there and be a chosen one and to be, and be holy. But it's got nothing to do with love anymore, has it? And thus it is written. I mean, so we get this kind of the preacher shot that those who pray, it has that religious tone to it, doesn't it? And that a pride that a man may not know in this way when he has done evil, that your reason blocks the things that you do from you. You can make an excuse for it. Religion often does, horrible things in the name of God, or their particular divinity. The idea that people think that they can actually act on behalf of or interpret the words of an omnipotent being is beyond me. I've never understood the need for any kind of priesthood. If the big deity in the universe up there is omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, all of these things, then why does he need anyone to interpret his words for him? Why does he need intermediaries? Why should we listen to anybody who speaks on behalf of an omnipotent being? And omnipotence carries, I'm sure if he wants to explain himself, he can do it himself. Does that make sense? I've never understood that holy books need to be written down, that they need to be translated, that they need to be explained and interpreted and argued over. Because an omnipotent being has a bother communicating. is ultimately that's the logic you'll get behind it, ultimately, isn't it? Or else that we couldn't possibly understand, and we have to get it in the latest technological form, if you like. The arrival of reading and writing, if you like, it's a big thing to do with religion, and it's often why we have holy books, if you like, especially in worlds where hardly anybody can read or write. I think that's the interesting. There's a power hidden in the knowledge. God, I'm off on tonight, aren't I, folks? He lowered his voice. It was said of Muad'Dib that he died of prescience, that knowledge of the future killed him, and he passed from the universe of reality into the Alam al-Mithal. I say to you that this is the illusion of Maya. Such thoughts have no independent reality. They cannot go out from you and do real things. Muad'Dib said of himself that he possessed no Rihani magic with which to decipher the universe. Do not doubt him. So we've had that Rihani magic term before. We've had a wee look at Alam al-Mithal as well within the Dune cycle, where in Dune, Rihani was quite an interesting one. We did a lot of work on that way back. I must actually find, but that's I think whenever we did do the work on it, the term is only mentioned a couple of times, and I think this is the second one. So the Alam al-Mithal, I got to maybe get some new glasses, is the mystical world of similitudes where all physical limitations are removed. So what he's saying is, they said that he died of prescience. Knowledge of the future killed when he's passed from the universe into this Alam al-Mithal. I say that this is an illusion of Maya. It's not true. Such thoughts have no independent reality. I looked this up last night. I forgot to write it down. So Maya, and let's see, Hinduism, of course, is the supernatural power wielded by gods and demons. The power by which the universe becomes manifest, the illusion or appearance of the phenomenal world. So the universe, this is an illusion of Maya. Other meanings, obviously, a member of indigenous people of the Yucatan, elsewhere in Central America, the Mayans. Where are we? I thought we had a bit more than that. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, no, that's pretty good. I thought supernatural power, the illusion of Maya, such so that would be a supernatural power wielded by gods and demons, if you like, or the power by which the universe becomes manifest, the illusion or appearance of the phenomenal world. I think that's our meaning there. He's basically saying that's rubbish, isn't he? Such thoughts have no reality. They can't go out from you and do real things. Muad'Dib said of himself that he possessed no Riani magic with which to decipher the universe. I've got no answers, no magical answers. Do not doubt him. He wasn't lying. That the future killed him, that he passed from the universe of reality. That is the illusion of Maya. It didn't kill him, and he hasn't. If you see what I mean. That again, I'm not sure if he's agreed with me, but that's what I think there. And again, the preacher raised his arms, lifted his voice in a stentorian bellow. That's a great word, stentorian, isn't it? I love that word. Stentorian, deep, sonorous, that kind of thing. I wonder what. Just very quickly check our official. What does that mean in Stentorian? There you go. Stentorian meaning, what does it say? Just of a person's voice, loud and powerful. There you go. Booming, yeah, loud and booming. I wonder what was sonorous as well. There you go. Does mean what I thought it meant. Occasionally get caught by that, don't you? Sometimes you picked up a word when you were young, something obscure, and you think it means something, and off you go, you use it throughout life, and then it turns out it didn't mean what you thought. I think that's kind of fun sometimes. So, in his stentorian bellow, I warn the priesthood of Muad'Dib. Lots of exclamation marks here. Full set of Bangaria in this one paragraph. The fire on the cliff shall burn you. They who learn the lesson of self-deception too well shall perish by that deception. The blood of a brother cannot be cleansed away. And I thought that's interesting there. The lesson of self-deception. I think that's a kind of a key thing to this chapter. And that you can learn that lesson too well. You can deceive yourself to, up until a point, I suppose. Sometimes it's if you're deceiving yourself. Sometimes I've done it unintentionally. I suppose again in a care thing, in a care role, if you like, and I've actually kind of went. I had to go to my wife and sort of go. It took a minute or two. Well, actually, took a bit of time, just to the point where I went. I'm wrong in this, aren't I? My thinking's not right. And she just went, yeah, and I went, and it was a lot to do with self-deception, that I wasn't admitting the truth to myself. But I kind of knew it the whole time. If you like, something clicked and just went, I'm not thinking right. I'm convincing myself of other things, and I'm not right, Emma. And she went, no, you're not. You're quite right. You're not. And it was a bit of self-deception about, I suppose sometimes we do it when things get bad. But those who learn the lesson of self-deception too well shall perish by that deception. And I think that's a point where you can decide to deceive yourself. You can make a choice to live like that. If you see what I mean, I'm just going to pretend that this is the way things are. I'll deceive myself, deceives other people as well. This kind of thing. But I think certainly within this chapter, I think we kind of see a development of Alia's self-deception in relation to the preacher / Paul, and I think that her real, and again, it's a thing that you do to yourself in this sense, possibly with a bit of the Baron's help. But I very much get the sense that she's trying. I think that it should be obvious by now that the preacher's Paul. We've even had the preacher's internal thoughts from our omniscient narrator. So we know what he's thinking. We're pretty much certain. Again, it's hard to spoil things. Sometimes we know it's him. So does she, I think. But she's doing her damnedest to convince herself otherwise, because I don't think she could kill the magnificence, the vessel of magnificence that is her brother Paul. But this crusty, kind of flaky wreck of a ruin of a thing down there, I don't know who that is. I've no problem. He's just a heretic. I kill him, no problem. And I think that's the point of the deception. He had lowered his arms found his young guide and was leaving the square before Alia could break herself from the trembling immobility which had overcome her. Response number 6 here in my notes, in relation to physical compulsion. She still can't move properly here. And he's on the way out, isn't he? It's almost like it's timed. Such fearless heresy. There's that word again. It must be Paul. There you go. She had to warn her guards they dared not move against this preacher openly. The evidence in the square below her confirmed this. So again, the crowd moving slowly was the thing that she noted. Everybody kind of shuffling around to have a wee listen. That includes the guards. If we pay attention to the start of it, there's about 60 people or so in the square. There's kind of 9 pilgrims set up on the steps doing their penance and stuff, and then there's about 50 other people around and a couple of guards. Pretty much that's what you get. Now, sorry, I'm going to pause quickly, folks. I'm going to run to the loo again. I'll be right back. Just having to remind myself not to touch the honey. It's looking super sticky. My honey's leaked. I did touch it. Hang on. Yeah, I have to try and clean that up after. Let me catch up with your comments, folks. Here, I get some fluids here. Only enough what you were saying way back there, college, is the number of times you've read Dredd was a satire. I'd wonder what the hell you would think Judge Dredd was if it wasn't a satire. If you see what I mean, it would be if it wasn't the satire and it wasn't funny and you didn't get that, it'd be the poster boy for fascist police stories, wouldn't it? Especially in the early days. What I always love about it, of course, is it's actually a British satire. It's about Britain, but it does it by looking through a future America. But yeah, I was chatting about Judge Dredd the other day. Actually, I do love Dredd. But yeah, what would it be if it wasn't a satire? You know. And Julian's comment: history is written by the writers. Yeah, it's written by historians, isn't it? The Athenians lost the war, but their style of democracy and their thought is still around. Frank argues that true history is older than genetic memory. Again, though, is he right, though? Genetic memory, ultimately, seriously problematic thing. You know, we've talked a wee bit about it here. College and Campbell says sex comedy recapitulated straight-faced by stricken Democratic Party women. Like I said, disruption and cultural currents, yeah. That's kind of what I think about. If you've got a war going on somewhere, then you can run Lysistrata as a play, and fit your own government and your own society's attitudes to men and women into it. I think it's pretty good. Whenever, I think I said this before, when I was up at, I think it was whenever the Iraq War was going on, somebody was running it, of course, with George Bush, and it was a poster for Lysistrata, and I think I saw it up in Derry City. Well, it was Lysistrata, and it had It was basically a lady's crotch, if you like, with a bit of pubic hair, and it said it was advertising Lysistrata, but underneath the picture it said the only good bush. And it was very specifically about the Iraq War. I thought it was quite George Bush. I thought it was quite funny. But that was the last time. Actually, that was the last time I went. Oh, I see someone's putting Lysistrata on in Northern Ireland. That was the last time I noticed it. Um, Julian says a very postmodern American take by the preacher. Doc, would you know how? Oh, let's see. College says, Doc, would you know of a list where recording which writers, historians, philosophers, etc., were in Herbert's library? Right. There's the people he talks about. There's the that he mentions himself. So the likes of Paul Bigelow Sears, for example, in terms of ecology. There's people that he clearly mentions within the Dune series. So he knows about Hugo de Vries, for example. Piter's named after him. Keynesian economics, this kind of thing. Keynesian economics. There's different characters. So he picks and chooses who he name drops, if you like. The Tansley effect that Leah Kynes talks about. Tansley is a real scientist as well. Some of them are just that he takes the ideas, like from the likes of Liebig, if you like. So there is a core of ecological and genetic type scientists that he's taken their ideas from. Brian Herbert's book's a good source, but it's actually, there's problems in it. There's things that are not properly researched. And things that are shockingly wrong, especially in relation to the Greek myths and stuff like that. But no, colleges, we're doing our best to find the sources, I suppose, within this as we've gone. We're recording anytime we get names or things like that. We've found all sorts of things. There's kind of like travelogue stuff from North Africa, where he's grabbed character names. He's grabbed things out of the phone book. Yeah, so I suppose what I'm trying to say is run the index of Brian Herbert's book, Dreamer of Dune. That would be a good place to look. He talks about a lot of his dad's influences, etc. The other problem with it is that Herbert's a liar. Frank doesn't like you to think, and I'm sorry to say this, I admire the man for lots of reasons, but everybody does it. But in terms of his own writing, where do his ideas come from? It's a bit like leaving loose ends. He actually doesn't really want you to know. He likes you to think it's his idea. And it's sadly that, it's one of those things where almost everything in the Dune series is not his idea at all. But the list of books that we could come up with, I think, would be quite lengthy. Which writers, historians, philosophers, it's a lot, But sir, you can grab the whole collection of Greek myths and stuff like that, whether it be Homer. So you can start with Homer and Apollodorus, if you like, possibly Hesiod. Throw in the Greek mythographers, and I'd say some of the stars, definitely some astronomy stuff with the myths that we've looked at. He covers a fair few people. I don't know. It would probably be in his notes, or it'd be interesting to see him talk. If we could ever saw, even if you ever saw like a background photo of his library or something. But it's a pre-internet era. Frank's into his computers in the 70s and things, I think. But particular with Butler, he's blagged Butler stuff quite badly, but there's other stuff there from the argument around Butler and Erewhon, etc. There's that, was it Sabres of Paradise? Is that the name of the book? That borrows heavily stuff from oh god, we could actually go on quite heavily. There's stuff from the Arabian Nights in there, definitely. There is stuff from Seven Pillars of Wisdom, Lawrence of Arabia, T. Lawrence, his life. There's all sorts of stuff there, but he really has blagged and borrowed and grabbed where he could. In relation to other stories, he's borrowed heavily from them too. It's the interesting thing is that I did a wee discussion about it in one of my things about, Frank Herbert's outrage, almost feigned outrage, if you like. I don't know if it's almost feigned. I think he was genuinely annoyed about it. Just to show you his thing about, George Lucas stole my ideas. The level of hypocrisy that's in that statement is incredible. And if you apply what Frank said about what George Lucas did, blah blah blah, I think Herbert has stolen and taken ideas from more people than George Lucas did for Star Wars, and George Lucas grabbed everything from all over the place. Um, again, it's what he did with it that was original and unique. So you can't say it's plagiarism in that sense or anything like that. But he doesn't like he likes you to think that these are his ideas. What I like to think, if you listen to him speaking in particular, and he's got some good ideas. But they're developed out of other people's work, and he tends not to ignore the little acknowledgement that he gives to all of that kind of stuff within this is the Butlerian Jihad. And you can see how the Herbert estates treated that term, and who Butler is and why is it named after him, and it actually provides a direct connection between the real world, between the ancient world, the 19th Victorian society, and all the way through to the story. It actually makes it make more sense if you understand that the Butler had something to do with this. I see somebody's put up a wee video about Butler's influence on Dune, which seems to be received quite well. But at the end of my PhD videos, colleges, there's a complete bibliography. So anything that I've blagged is there. But some of his ideas, it's possibly more in some of the characters. I can see the influences of other writers on them. And you kind of have to think about what sort of books does Frank Herbert read? At the time, what was he reading when he was young? What kind of fiction is published in these books and things? It's things like H.G. Wells, and as much as the American magazine market kind of takes off in the 1926, if you like, heading that's way some people look at it. What you've actually got early in those stories is kind of like a lot of reprints of things like H.G. Wells and Jules Verne, those kind of writers, because their stories are immensely popular. And you get the likes of Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard and stuff like that. The fantasy horror, kind of cosmic horror, science fiction aspect of those stories becomes very popular in the magazine format, especially in America. But the influence. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here actually, but off on one. But the sort of books that were available, there's absolutely no doubt whatsoever that Frank Herbert read Erewhon. No doubt about it. And I caught him denying that. There's a couple of pieces of evidence in my PhD, and one's him pretending that he didn't know. Does that make sense? And then actually references the man in the book. It's in the back of the index. And so you've written a book where you've acknowledged that Butler's real, and that, this kind of thing. But in particular, the link to Butler's through Paul Bigelow Sears, and his book on that stuff where there's life and all, which is a big influence on Frank Herbert. And the reason is that it's a very notable thing that Paul Bigelow Sears talks about Erewhon and Butler's ideas in that book. And it's not a huge book, by the way, Let's see, catching up. But it'll be a big list, colleges and campuses. That's the problem, I think. And we're heading towards a lot of the wacky esoteric kind of stuff. That kind of comes from some of the things like Rosicrucianism. Down towards the Masonics, and then the Satanists and stuff like that. There's kind of some of the stuff ends up influencing Jungian philosophy and psychoanalysis, this kind of thing. But we are literally all over the place, I think, with them. Sometimes, and I said even linguistically, we're more heavily into languages from the Americas, I think, in this book than we have in the previous two books. Which is oddly enough made finding words a bit trickier, I think. Though we're doing okay, actually. We had the Ecuadorian language there today, Quechua, which I had a bit of fun with. So it's interesting to sort of do this kind of thing. But he's obviously got. I've got I'm a person who's quite bookish and have a lot of old-fashioned kind of reference material here. So I've got 7 language dictionaries and the Encyclopedia Britannica, things like this. I imagine would be absolutely, especially thinking about the way he worked, would be available to him. Whatever's in your local library as well, really, and university libraries. But he's got stuff on politics, stuff on economics, mythology, mythography, history, obviously, particularly the areas of the ancient world, the Middle East, Greece, Rome, this kind of thing. We go into the philosophies and stuff like that. I'll tell you what might be interesting. Actually, there's a couple of other Frank Herbert books there. Julian says, "I hope Doc Sloan will forgive me for citing Dreamer of Dune. It did help for it's a biography by his son. It's a perfectly good piece of source material. It has a lot of stuff in it. Checking some of the things up that Brian says, you'll find out they're not true. And sorry, there's inaccuracies and things like that. And of course, it does have a level of. It's his son writing the book. You've got to take it, and they have an interesting, we'll use the word interesting relationship. So Brian Herbert's certainly a person who's got some issues with his father, but he's doing his best to, I think certainly within the book, he tries to show, the keen intellect that his father has, that he is a voracious reader. See, when I say we're all over the place with this, just if that's part of his character, it makes perfect sense to me. And certainly in an era where you don't have much, well, TV's maybe different in America in the 50s and 60s, but no internet, this kind of thing. I certainly when I was growing up, books were more interest to me than, TV shut down at a certain time, this kind of thing. But it's immense, I would say. And again, sorry, who was on it? It was Colleges and Cannibals. You're talking about the books that the man has read. If we're running with the Dune series, he researches and starts writing it in the 50s, and he's ending up in the 80s. So you've got 30 years of reading there. And it is, and he does, as I said, particularly with the language stuff, that there's meaning behind these words, that they're not just, I'll name a character Quaxar and, blog licks and stuff like that. Well, used to get that in a lot of fantasy books. People just made up silly names and stuff like that. But the names in this have real meaning. I noticed that one of the characters in the Dune prophecy was called Anirul, which is an anagram of Irulan, which is an anagram of Naruli. So there you go. I thought you're writing a set of books and set in the past. Couldn't think of a character name, just used an anagram of one that's already existing. It's little. I tend to see things like that for some reason. But I thought, what's that about? Couldn't have a Shirley in the sisterhood. No, surely not. Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. There we go. But yeah, it's and I said I find books that he's used. There was an African travelogue here. Where we got a whole bunch in it. Was that in Dune Messiah, I think. But yeah, he's got us all over the place, And as I said, we are heading into kind of some of the more sort of post-Christian esoteric kind of ideas that sort of pop up around the 1st to 3rd centuries around the Middle East and Rome, just sort of variations of Christianity and Gnosticism and things like that. They're on the way. Right, where do we get to? It's the heresy. It must be Paul. So his heresy, such fearless heresy. It must be Paul. And again, that she can't act. Now, despite the heresy, no one moved to stop the departing preacher. Off he goes. No temple guard leaped to pursue him. No pilgrim tried to stop him. That charismatic blind man. That's a bit different than the wreck, this ruin of a thing. Everyone who saw or heard him felt his power, the reflection of divine talent. That kind of makes me think. I was wondering, how is he compelling just her? Is it a key word within his speech? Possibly the word suzerain. It wouldn't affect anybody else but her. But it seems that the compulsion possibly is within the voice. Nobody can move against this man. And his speech is in part, powerful it is over the whole square. Everyone hears it. Everyone's affected by it. She's sitting at the top of her tower with her Ixian speaker and gets the full personal brunt of the preacher's voice. And it's very interesting. It is almost a godlike use of the power, isn't it? It's not the use of stab yourself in the throat. Woof woof. Sorry, if anybody's not seen Dune Prophecy, I'm not spoiling anything, but woof. Stab yourself in the neck. Woof woof. It's just very barky, I thought. Not, however, envisaged voice. I always thought voice was a subtle thing. So nobody has stopped this guy. They've got orders to stop him. It's not happening. In spite of the day's heat, Alia felt suddenly cold. She felt the thin edge of her grip on the Imperium as a physical thing. She gripped the edge of her spy hole window as though to hold her power, thinking of its fragility. The balance of Landsraad, Chom, and Fremen arms held the core of power, while Spacing Guild and Bene Gesserit dealt silently in the shadows. Three main units at the core of power within the Empire is Herbert's tripod of power, excuse me, which he discusses as the most unstable of political structures, is the tripod. Oddly enough, I was asking once a bit about this, about American, the American government and its structure. And I was trying, because I'm obviously not American, trying to figure out that it was like an executive and a judicial, and what are the different branches of the American government. But essentially, it's a tripod, isn't it? Which is Frank's government. So it's just another model of that, if you like. A different triumvirate, I suppose. Landsraad, Chom, and the Emperor's House would have probably been the main triumvirate previously. Pardon me. And the Guild and the Bene Gesserit still in the shadows. The forbidden seepages of technological development which came from the edges of humankind's farthest migrations nibbled at the center power. Now, this is where I've got a real problem. Oh, it actually left out something really. There was actually something else that I've skipped past it. Was that within my copy of the book, and this doesn't happen in my copies, but there's actually a large paragraph gap. For some reason, that shouldn't be there. It's right at the start, number 10. All right. Just to show you. 15th run chapter. There it is there. Can you see that? And this copy is quite tight printing. It doesn't do that. And it actually runs straight into the next chapter. It doesn't even take new pages. So it's a very weird little gap. That's just come close up for the worst of the day's heat. And then this gap in the text, then followed by watching from the open slit. That's page 106 on this copy. So I forgot to say I've got an unusual gap here. But I've written, this is my what the fuck, excuse my French moment. So just before this, I'll just grab my copy of the book. Now I've checked this against an electronic copy, folks, and I don't know what you think about this, but this is just gibberish to me. It doesn't make any sense at all. Right, the paragraph before this then is just what we were reading. Let me just get this in my notes. The forbidden seepages of technological development which came from the edges of humankind's farthest migrations nibbled at the center power. Now, from this bit onwards, products permitted the Ixian and Tleilaxu factories could not relieve the pressure. Full stop. Is the next sentence I have. I'll read that again. Products permitted the Ixian and Tleilaxu factories could not relieve the pressure. Now, I've checked this copy and I've checked my online copy, electronic copy, and they're both the same. And I'm really dying to know what you've got in your books, folks. Products permitted the Ixian and Tleilaxu factories could not relieve the pressure. Gibberish to me. I kind of get that the sentence is starting to go somewhere. We're talking about the forbidden seepages of technological development, the two powerhouses of this kind of technology as we go forward into the Dune series are going to be the Ixians and the Tleilaxu. Julian's got That is where I was going. Esoteric but relatively modern works. Yes, we're jumping right up. It's pushing into the 20th century with some of that stuff, which is interesting because it begins in the first century. I have that too. Just I have to check the US copy. Yeah, if anybody's got the Berkeley edition, that makes no sense. The sentence that runs on after it, by the way, just to put it together. I'll put it all together. The forbidden seepages of technological development, which came from the edges of humankind's farthest migrations, nibbled at the center of power. Products permitted the Ixian and the anti-Ixian factories could not relieve the pressure. And then after that, always in the wings there stood Farad'n of House Carino, inheritor of Shalom IV's titles and claims. And that makes sense. But it hasn't, I can't figure it out at all. I was even wondering, maybe it's just permitted in the Ixian and Tanaxian fact. So there may be just a missing word. There's more than that that's missing from this. It's another outrageously glaring mistake in the book. And it's actually at an interesting point where we're dropping into the power balance of the universe, and we're quickly mentioning something that is important and that is building as we go in these chapters. Frank likes to drop something in one chapter. We'll have a wee mention about it, Ixian tech. He'll bring that in the next chapter. It's that kind of thing, and the way he builds up stuff. So there's something going on here. It's an important statement, and I don't know what it means. Have to check my ears copy. Same in my ears copy. The problem is that all of them, I've got lots of different copies of this, but they're all British. Regardless of they being Golance or Nell or Ace or whatever, they all have the same mistakes in them. The electronic copy that I have is different. So it might be similar to the Berkeley one, but I checked it and it's just nonsense. Products permitted the Ixian and Tanaxu factories. So it's got something to do with the forbidden seepages of technological development, nibbled at the center power. It's new tech coming out, and it's here at the power, just like this Ixian speaker. And the Thylaxu technologies we're getting, we've heard about the Thylaxu eyes. We've now actually seen an alternative to these eyes from the Ixians, which aren't metal, and would probably go, for anybody who doesn't want those metal eyes, that would probably be a nice alternative to wear a veil that basically turns your whole skin into a sensory visual organ. Turns out it was not true. The question for me is, I wonder, is that a real piece of tech in the Dune universe, or did Paul just make it up? But I don't know if anybody's got anything on that. If anyone has the Berkeley edition, or even for next time, if anybody's not here who's checking in on the rewatch, could you check that for me? Products permitted the Ixian and Thylaxu factors could not relieve the pressure. Makes no sense whatsoever. And it's at a point where we're bringing up the fact that technology that's being developed on fringe worlds, if you like. There's part of the discussion on this within the Dune series is kind of, I think it's in the appendix of one of the appendices of Dune, but it's just a wee mention of how certain planets kind of got away with certain things, escaped certain prescriptions of the Butlerian Jihad. I'm pretty sure it's in that section on space travel, actually, something like that. It's in one of the appendices, but there we go. But it's a howler, isn't it? Because usually if it's a word missing or something like that, we can figure it out. Got another howler coming up in a minute. But it's one that's easily figurable outable, if that's such a thing. But we are heading towards the end of the chapter. It's nonsensical, and I've got nothing. Hopefully we'll get somebody possibly with a Berkeley text that might be able to tell us that there is something else. But it seems like there's a phrase missing from that, or possibly a linking sentence. I don't know. Products permitted for Tanaxian factories to do what? And something could not relieve the pressure. There's too much missing. It just doesn't. My notes in this, it makes no sense at all. British and online copy. We'll have to leave it at that. I think and push on. So I suppose Alia is thinking about power a lot here. And I think this, her being suddenly cold, feeling the thin edge of the grip on the Imperium as a physical thing, as though to hold her power, thinking of its fragility. It's kind of also that her agency, her power has been just been taken away from her. She hasn't even been able to move. She's had to stand there, couldn't even press a button and listen to this. And it must be just in terms of the desire for power, the voice. If she's figured it out that the voice, God's below the voice, it's done this to her. What sort of power has she got? And she is thinking, she's clearly in a bit of a bad place mentally here, and she's thinking on the fragility of her power, and that all that matters is keeping the power. I don't need to sort of be introspective and see what sort of person I am. I don't care. Power is all that matters. That's kind of where Alia is, and I think that she's just had a glimpse of how easily it can be taken away from her. All of this, it's like the wagons circling her, the Landsrad, Chom, Fremen arms. There's the Guild, there's the Bene Gesserit, and we've got the Ixians and the Talaxi and their technologies, which you would maybe consider trustworthy. And even and always in the wings there stood Farad'n of House Carino, inheritor of Shaddam the Force titles and claims. No female inheritor or inheritance is what I put there, but it's almost as if there's a consideration that if Farad'n being the heir to House, if Irulan's removed, to maintain that kind of familial link to the power base of the Empire, it would require probably another marriage, wouldn't it? And it possibly would be Alia and Farad'n, or else Ganymede and Farad'n, to cement the political ties. If she bumps off Irulan and there's no Paul Atreides on the throne, they're kind of gone, aren't they? I don't think that would actually, in all honesty, I think that's one of the problems within the Dune series, is that a family that takes over kingship from a previous family isn't going to suffer that family to survive and exist, quite frankly, because they could always come back and try to reclaim the throne at any time. In all honesty, if Paul was really Paul, he should have wiped House Carino off the face of the universe, and then Alia wouldn't have been in this situation right now, or left them just with nothing. So here's the thing here: without the Fremen, without House Atreides' monopoly on the geriatric spice, started lashing down here, folks. I don't know if you can hear the rain. Her grip would loosen, all the power would dissolve. She could feel it slipping from her right now. If people heeded this preacher, it would be dangerous to silence him. I'm just wondering, that sounds like hailstones? Ooh, it's getting me up. Winter's here, isn't it? Pretty much. It's early. Wow. So I hope that's not too loud, folks. As we've got ourselves some hailstones have come on here. Things are pinging. I'll just keep going. I hope it's not too bad. It's very loud for me. Let's see. People heeded this preacher. It would be dangerous to silence him, just as dangerous as it was to let him continue preaching such words as he'd shouted across her square today. She could see the first omens of her own defeat and the pattern of the problem. And the pattern of the problem stood out clearly in her mind. The Bene Gesserits had codified the problem. So, omens, signs, portents, omens, sort of a superstitious thing, but she's seeing the first suggestions of her own defeat. Is that a prescience thing, I'm wondering? And the pattern of the problem, and she gets it because the Bene Gesserit have codified the problem, and this is within her other memory, if you like. So this is the Bene Gesserit speaking here. And again, we've got the shift in the narration within this chapter. Here we go. A large populace held in check by a small but powerful force is quite a common situation in our universe. And we know the major conditions wherein this large populace may turn upon its keepers. Pardon me. 1, when they find a leader. This is the most volatile threat to the powerful. They must retain control of leaders. 2, when the population recognizes its chains keep the population blind and unquestioning. 3, when the population perceives a hope of escape from bondage, they must never ever believe that escape is possible. So this is the Bene Gesserit way of dealing with how to keep your population in check by a small population heavily armed, keeping a large population unarmed in check. We've seen, you'll see this in like South Africa's apartheid, when you have basically 3 million white people, keeping charge of 21 million black people. I think if those figures were right at the time, and it's not a good situation to be in for the whites, obviously there, and the fact that South Africa's been able to come out of that kind of thing. Northern Ireland's a country where we've had one part of the population do its best to control the other side of the population with the backup of British military force, as part of our history. When people find leaders, when people recognize what's being done to them, when they perceive a hope of escape from bondage, they must never ever believe that escape is possible. I would actually add to the third one that that's not true. If they've got hope, they've got hope. But if you give them no hope, you've got a much worse enemy on your hand. I think a population that will come for you that doesn't believe in hope will absolutely slaughter their leaders whenever they get there. And the thing is that a large army won't stop them. These things have existed in history, and it's often that you can contain your population by threat of force with arms, especially if they're unarmed. But generally, the problem is that sooner or later, if your population turns on you, generally they can throw too many bodies at you. That's the problem. And if you're in a center of power, then where you're at is where you're at, and everyone knows exactly how to find you, how to surround you, how to set fire to your building, burn you out, and kill you. But it's a kind of almost a guide. This is a little set of guides almost for a dictator, isn't it? A large population held in check by a small but powerful force is quite a common situation in our universe, and it's a common situation in our world. It certainly has been for a long time. But they need leadership to recognize their chains and to perceive a hope. If you stop them from getting those 3, you can keep controlling them. It's interesting. I actually think it's incorrect on all of the levels, whether the population recognizes its chains or not. Some chains just get them, but they don't necessarily need a leader. Sometimes a mob will just rise up, and it doesn't need a leader. It's just the people en masse moving as well. So, but it's the Bene Gesserit study of how do you control your population, and that's there's 3 things you need to do. I think there's a hell of a lot more than that. I think. This is the same watching the American elections and stuff, and I think was it one of the TV stations, one of the TV networks in America, accidentally released, I think, a set of election results before the election came out, which I thought was very, very funny. And I wanted, the real problem for them is as long as the real election doesn't show your results, you're okay. I think it was just they were planning something and it accidentally got put up, that kind of thing. And it really did remind me of one of my all-time favorite things is the stainless steel rat for president. Stainless steel rat is science fiction gold, one of science fiction's great heroes. A very funny hero. There's a stainless steel for president, where he runs for the presidency of a planet against his opponent. And the best thing, and I think it's so funny, is that on election night he has all his supporters in a big gigantic football stadium, and there's literally hundreds of thousands of them. And on election night he's got free food and wine for everybody. He's feeding them, and then they're all waiting for the results to come out. And all of the people in the football stadium, at the very least, have voted for him. And the results appear up on the vote, and it's like his opponent gets 12,700,000 votes, and the stainless steel Slippery Jim de Gris gets 3. And the thing is that he rigged the election, and he rigged it so badly in the favor of his opponent that his opponent he turns to the whole football stadium and goes, "Hey, there's more than 3 people here. Didn't you guys all vote for me?" And they all go, "Yes, we did," because you're. They immediately have absolute proof that the election has been rigged, and go and lynch the other guy. And it's just a fantastic way of how election, very clever, very funny story. The rat that gave himself 3 votes, and just the whole disconcertation um, of the mob being, hey, all they have to do is work out that there's more than 3 of them have voted for him, and off they go, and he doesn't have to do a thing. To like, and they make him press. It's a very funny story. I just thought it's a great way to rig an election. Just rig it so badly in the favor of your opponent that it makes them look that they're it. There we go. Benny and Jezza are openly Machiavellian, except when they're in the shadows. Yeah, I think sometimes that they're built up quite a lot in the books, but the interesting thing is all these people ultimately are flawed. They're all human in some way. And many aspects of the characters in the Dune universe are kind of to show us future developments of humans. But the interesting thing is that they're not different from us at all. Even though all this for not even the longevity, which you can get through melange, or as Alia is trying the other way. So Alia is losing her grip on power, or feels that way. She's run the Bene Gesserit codex, if you like, on the problem. Don't let them get a leader. Don't let them recognize their chains, and don't let them perceive hope. They'll see him as a leader. People heeded the preacher, is what she was saying. It would be dangerous to silence him, make him a martyr. Just as dangerous as it's to let him continue preaching. Almost a catch-22 for her. Alia shook her head, feeling her cheeks tremble with the force of movement. The signs were here in her populace. Pardon me. Every report she received from her spies throughout the Imperium reinforced her certain knowledge. Now, this is a wee bit of interest to me, I think. Sorry, folks, tickly throat again, and fizzy stuff tends to make it worse. Let's see. Now, every report she received from her spies throughout the Imperium reinforced her certain knowledge. Here it is. Unceasing warfare of the Fremen Jihad left its mark everywhere. Wherever the ecumenism of the sword had touched, people retained the attitude of a subject population. Defensive, concealing, evasive. All manifestations of authority, and this meant essentially religious authority, became subject to resentment. This is a very good sort of description of Northern Ireland, actually, in its history, if you like. But in many ways, I suppose, if you look about national epics, talking about your national character, our national epic is the ultimate guerrilla warfare book. Cuchulainn, the one-man killing machine. Rambo makes Rambo look like a pussy. No offense to Rambo, but he Cuchulainn would use Rambo as a toothpick. Essentially, but that's part of our national character, in a sense that we are, I suppose, defensive, concealing, evasive. There's all sorts of things to the Irish character, but it comes from a long time of oppression, doesn't it? I suppose. And I'm sure some of you lived in countries where you get that kind of thing, But all manifestations of authority, and this meant essentially religious authority, became subject to resentment. I couldn't be a greater example of that. I resent authority, and I resent even further any kind of religious authority. That I actually cannot take religious authority seriously in any way, shape, or form. And unfortunately, the kind of political authority in this country is a lot of religious people. So I find it hard to take our government seriously at all either. And especially when it's, particularly within our government, I suppose, the next generations of people who practice what you would call the ecumenism of the sword, if you like. Unceasing warfare of the Fremen Jihad left its mark ever. Unceasing warfare, unceasing violence. It leaves its mark on your society, on your national character, on individuals, and even your government, I think. But yeah, we don't like it, do we? We get defensive. We won't cooperate with government. We hide things from government. We evade government. We don't engage. Um, and generally, we don't like to engage with the government at all. Um, Most of us, anyway. Which is, and it's the interesting thing about that is almost a large chunk of our population in Northern Ireland, because of the size of our state, a large number of people work for the government. It's a huge percentage. It's close to about seven. I'd say it was about 65% of our population works in some shape or form for the government, which is interesting. Again, it's not necessarily about. I kind of imagine that, like somewhere like America has a large amount of federal and state resources, the local and federal government, and there must be just simply vast amount of jobs that most people would, quite a lot of people would work for the government, I suppose. So all manifestations of authority, and this meant essentially religious authority because they go religion and government and Muad'Dib's power system go hand in hand, become subject to resentment. How could you not resent a jihad coming down on you? A bunch of people who worship some religion coming into your place of your home, your planet, even killing anybody who doesn't agree with them, and forcing everyone to obey, and then clearing off. And you'd be thinking, "Aye, do you know what? The next time those come back, we'll be ready for." That's kind of the attitude, if you like. And we're going to get to see a little bit about that. It's really in relation to the pilgrims and the imperial society, if you like, which we so rarely get to see at that level, if you like. Got to stop saying if you like, don't I? So pilgrims still came in their thronging millions, and some among them were probably devout. But for the most part, pilgrimage had other motivations than devotion. Most often, it was a canny surety for the future. In other words, a smart way of making a smart way of providing a little bit of security for yourself in the future, if you like, that having done this thing, it will kind of open doors. Does that make sense? Here's what it emphasized: it emphasized obedience and gained a real form of power, which was easily translated into wealth. Hi, I wrote next to that, and then I went paste turnover for the answer. So the Haji who returned from Arrakis came home to new authority, new social status. The Haji could make profitable economic decisions which the planet bound of his homeworld dared not challenge. Alia knew the popular riddle. What do you see inside the empty purse brought home from Dune? And the answer, the eyes of Muad'Dib, fire diamonds. Now, I've got to stop here for a wee second. First of all, the empty purse, the popular riddle. So, first of all, very quickly, what they're suggesting is that people who travel to Arrakis on the Hajj, whatever planet they come from, whenever they return home, they have brand new social status. They've done the pilgrimage. They're elevated above anyone who hasn't done this pilgrimage. And because of that, their decision-making process is better than that of someone else who hasn't done this or who doesn't believe. And the popular riddle, what do you see inside the empty purse brought home from Dune? And the answer is the eyes of Muad'Dib. Now, in my copy of the book, it's the eyes of Muad'Dibi, which I instantly knew was a mistake. Well, I actually had to check because I thought, well, maybe this is a play on the word Muad'Dib. But I've got multiple copies, but I had Muad'Dibi, and then I'm an African state, but it is actually Muad'Dib. So the popular riddle, there's a couple of things to consider here. The empty purse. What do you see inside the empty purse brought home from Dune? First of all, I suppose I've just put here C note 45. Let's drop back to that. So the first of all, the empty purse. We've mentioned this before. The preacher's first message to Alia is this: I bring her a warning. You who hold the secret of duration in your loins have sold your future for an empty purse. Now, That's what Alia's bought. She's gotten rid of, sold her future. The popular riddle, what do you see inside the empty purse brought home from Dune? The eyes of Muad'Dib. And it says fire diamonds. In other words, wealth. I'm assuming these diamonds are worth a fair bit. I wonder, are they in the terminology of the Imperium very quickly? I didn't have a look. Pillar of fire, no, fire diamonds I don't see. But just with the name diamond, we assume that they're worth something. But the suggestion is it's wealth. The question that I wrote down here, by the way, was with the guild and prices to get to Arrakis, etc., and how expensive space travel is. What I've written down is my question is: do you require wealth to go on the pilgrimage itself? And if so, then that's the sort of wealthy making themselves, by going on this, making themselves wealthy, come back. The idea is that they return with wealth because it's the status that brings it for them, if you see what I mean. But the empty purse brought home from Dune suggests that you'd spend all your wealth there or getting there. And all of that wealth, well, where would it go? Probably ultimately into the imperial coffers. But it's about status and power, isn't it? And what the religious get from they get a new social status by going to Arrakis. That they're treated differently than those who was it they called planet bound of the homeworld who dared not challenge. Planet bound suggests that they can't leave the planet, and it could well be because of finance. And again, this is a feudal universe that we're seeing here. So I just thought it was a very interesting little comment that you come back with an empty purse, but what do you see inside it? I've got diamonds, which are known as the eyes of Muad'Dib. The traditional ways to counter unrest paraded themselves before Alia's awareness. People had to be taught that opposition was always punished and assistance to the ruler was always rewarded. Imperial forces must be shifted in random fashion. And again, that's to do with people taking things upon themselves. I'll have to start cycling, move one unit to a different planet, this kind of thing. Major, and again, it's to not let power build up too much, I think is the idea. Major adjuncts to imperial power had to be concealed. Every movement by which the regency countered potential attack required delicate timing to keep the opposition off balance. And again, the opposition, who's the opposition to the regency? I think it's everybody. So we get Alia's thoughts here. Have I lost my sense of timing? She wondered. The delicate timing that's required to keep the opposition off balance. What idle speculation is this? A voice within her asked. She felt herself growing calmer. So that's soothing her. And her thoughts are, so that was the Baron, obviously. And here's her thoughts again. Yes, the Baron's plan was a good one. We eliminate the threat of the Lady Jessica, and at the same time, we discredit House Carino. Yes. The preacher could be dealt with later. She understood his posture. The symbolism was clear. He was the ancient spirit of unbridled speculation, the spirit of heresy, alive and functioning in her desert of orthodoxy. That was his strength. It didn't matter whether he was Paul, as long as that could be kept in doubt. Now, that's the really, okay, that's the real question mark here about her self-delusion, if you like. And ultimately, I think, is he the preacher? Is it my brother? The vessel of magnificence, as she referred to, doesn't matter anymore. I think she spent this chapter trying to convince herself that it's not Paul. We kind of had the voice. It's got to be him. What does it matter? If you see what I mean, I can deal with him later, but it doesn't really matter. As long as that could be kept in doubt. As long as she has doubts that it might be him, it might not, then she can live with it. I think that's the way I would look at it. But her Bene Gesserit knowledge told Alia that his strength would contain the key to his weakness. And Alia, the last little bit of the chapter here is, the preacher has a flow which we will find. I will have him spied upon, watched every moment, and if the opportunity arises, he will be discredited. Now, the end of the chapter, folks. The wee notes that we were just talking about, was just that what Alia is actually contemplating, and we've just got to eliminate the threat of Lady Jessica. That's her mother. That's matricide. We're back into the Greek familial violence of the. If she's going to bump off, well, I've just written down, if her and the Baron kill all of these people, then the crime is, so for the preacher Paul, it's fratricide. If she kills Jessica, it's matricide. If she kills Leto and Ganima, it's technically infanticide, technically parenticide, because both her mother and father are inside those people, and it's also parricide as well, because they're her niece and nephew. And if she goes after Farad, that's parricide, and House Carino, their cousins, aren't they? Parricide as well. So we got a whole range of them, not just any kind of homicide. Very much the familial kinds of homicide. That's it. These are her family ultimately, and even the Carinos are cousins. So in this chapter, basically, as much as we've got the preacher turns up, drops these warnings, gives the priesthood their 10 cents worth, if you like, in the Sermon of the Desert, which is saying that the desert will take, the desert will have you, basically, if that's what you want to think. Warnings, etc. The whole level of compulsion with the preacher's voice should absolutely, who could do that? So I think within this chapter, I still have no idea what the hell that sentence about the Ixion and Thylaxia means. It's meaningless. And I get the sense that it's important just in terms of how things develop. But we essentially have the plots and plans within plans within plans, some plans moving forward. The House Carino plan has passed its stage, if you like. The still suits, the clothing gift to the twins has gotten through the scrutiny of House Atreides, of the Empire's security. There is nothing to be found in it anyway. And that itself, I suppose, is what makes Alia very suspicious. But that means that their plan is one step closer to fruition. I suppose the question is Irulan inadvertently helping them by being really naive? And again, I think so. Alia has decided to kill Irulan based on this, over an argument over clothes. She probably wants the preacher dead, but wants it done privately. Don't want to see too much in the public. Wants her mother dead, and either will control the twins or maybe kill one or kill both. So in terms of our Atreides family history, she's ticking all the boxes. And we've got the Baron there too, of course. And particularly within, I suppose, the association within the Oedipal kind of thing as well. The Atreides and the Oedipus myth, there's a lot of stuff going on there. Yeah, we're starting to see her state of mind break down a bit. And of course, the influence of the Baron here, he just pops up a couple of times. I think he's just prompting her in the right direction, if you like. What idle speculation is this? He's deflecting, isn't he? And her pronouns shift a little bit there as well. She goes from we, but that could be a royal we, possibly, then back to my decision. So I certainly think in terms of how she's behaving here, and that's some, as I think it was Chaya pointed out, we've got a lot of atrocious behavior coming, and our epigraphs are really on atrocity, and it brings in incest. There are some things that are stated, again, it's Atreides of propaganda, I think, the Apocrypha of Muad'Dib. A lot of it's actually not true. That's why I think it's quite easy to say, atrocity is recognized as such by victim and perpetrator alike. There's many an atrocity where there's no victim left to recognize it, and the perpetrator will pretend it never happened. There's a long history of this kind of stuff over in mankind's time upon the earth, if you like. But it's to have her witness this, just the way you might imagine this, him down in the square, her in this lofty position up down, looking down upon them and being struck by him and powerless in the moment, and really did remind me a lot of the Lady of Shalott. Um, and especially within the Arthurian connections too. There's a lot of Arthurian stuff within Dune. You could consider Idaho as a little bit of a Lancelot, if you like. It's Lancelot that the Lady of Shalott sees, isn't it? But I love that poem. But it's great fun. the Lady of Shalott, basically, it's that she has a curse, doesn't she? That she can't look out through the window at any, is it men, I think, in particular. She can't look out the window. It's a curse. But she has a mirror, and she does her weaving and sewing and stuff. And the story basically goes that in the mirror, she sees riding to Camelot to get there for this big party is Sir Lancelot. And it's kind of the Camelot is built. Look, come and see this great kingdom that we have. This is the apex, if you like, of the Arthurian Britain. And you get the sense, by the way, with the death of the Lady of Shalott, that it all goes to shit immediately after this. But she sees Lancelot riding, on the horse, and goes in the mirror, and he's the most beautiful knight in the world. And she decides to sod the curse. I want to look on this man once with my own eyes, and the mirror cracked and all that. And she does so. And he heads off to Camelot, and they all hook up with King Arthur, and they go, "Hey, aren't we amazing? Aren't we brilliant? Look what we've done. Let's all go down to the river and, just to say goodbye to this amazing day and say how amazing we all are." Just paraphrasing, just go, what a wonderful world it is. And they all walk down. Her body just goes past, and it's just a kind of, oh shit, oh no. It's just this moment of utter despair at the apex of their greatness, if you see what I mean. And it's a story that Tennyson tells brilliantly. It's a beautiful poem, but it's really sad and heartbreaking. There's something strong about fighting your destiny, breaking your bonds, breaking fate, and at the same time, it says a lot about the hubris of great men, I think. It's a great poem. I do love it. It's one of my all-time favorites. I'll catch up with your comments, folks, here, and then I'll probably wrap up for the night. Let's see. But yeah, we had a couple of mysteries in this chapter, some sort of text problems. Well, hopefully maybe we'll see if we can get some help with that for next time. If anybody does know a wee bit about that section that we were reading, it makes no sense. It's clear that there's a chunk of the book missing. And how much of it? Where is it? There I go. I wrote in giant letters, WTF. Products, the bit we're talking about is near the end of that chapter. Products permitted the Ixian and Hylaxu factories could not relieve the pressure. Paragraph on either side, and it's the thing that's being brought in, the nature of power and the technologies, the forbidden seepages of technological development, which come from the edges of humankind's farthest migrations, nibbled at the center of power. Nibbling at the center of power, and then whatever the hell that means next, it's important, to be honest with you, because of the way those technologies work within the empire as it develops, if you like. Let's see. College and Campbell says, must sleep, thanks Doc Night. All no worries, colleges, I'm heading that way myself in a second. Julian's saying, are Paul's words making her more sensitive to time flow? I don't know. It's quite possible. We get the sense that something's happening to her, Julian, where she's losing, and that's kind of where the Baron's poking at her, isn't it? Where she's losing. It's like the breakdown of the rational, isn't it? That she's losing her sense of past, present, and future. But I got the sense that this is happening already before the preachers come to speak, if you like. Let me see. Where did he turn up there? The Baron was there. So this is before Paul's started to speak at this point. The preacher, the temptation to consult within herself rang like an ominous humming in her head. The Baron was there, dutiful, but always ready to play upon her terrors when rational judgment failed and the things around her lost their sense of past, present, and future. What's causing that to happen, I'm not sure, but it sounds like the Baron's been around for a bit at this point. It's hard to get a sense of time on it, really, within the because you don't think he'd have been around that long. Um, Pardon me, but at the same time, sorry, we're doing a bit of back and forth with time in this chapter, weren't we? At the same time, they know right from the very beginning. The Barons there, the leader, they all know that he's in there. So he's been around for a while. I think maybe it's just this new deal that they've made. But it could be that she's taking melange to get to improve upon her prescient vision, etc. The thing that she's been having bother with. And the other thing with her, of course, is that melange is in everything. You know. But yeah, more sensitive to time flow. It's possible, Julian. Certainly, the sensitivity that you're talking about seems to be causing her problems with reality. The Baron's able to. That's where the Baron's able to do the most harm, to poke at her the most. I think, possibly to solidify his control. How is it put there? Ready to play upon her terrors when rational judgment failed and the things around her lost their sense of past, present, and future. But rational would suggest that whenever she's in some kind of irrational state or something, or maybe losing it a wee bit. We saw a wee bit like that with her in Jim Messiah, where she overdoses on melange. But I get this, and we also talk about omens in this. That she again omens. Was it Excalibur? Signs, portents, omens, that kind of thing. Again, are all forms of prescience. If it are things that are meant to indicate something that's going to happen. And so I think the desire for knowing the future again is starting to affect her. Let me just get my eyes sorted there a wee bit. Folks. And Julian saying the atrocity of this chapter is very Greek. The epigraph reads very much like the Curse of Atreides. Yes, indeed. I always point that out, Julian. It's not the Curse of Atreides. It goes way, way back. Alia uses Bene Gesserit thought. Is it Menop? What was he called? Guy? No, I'm thinking on someone else. But it's the curse with the curse is put upon Pelops, isn't it? By the charioteer. Oenomus' charioteer is the original source of the curse of the House of Atreides. Tantalus is a different thing. He's got his own individual curse, and Pelops is actually cut up and cooked by Tantalus, so the gods bring him back to life. So it's not the same curse. They actually put Pelops back together. Hang on, I'll tell you who it is. I've forgotten his name. Is it the Myrtoan Sea is named after him? Isn't that right? Is it Myrtilus? Myrtilus, where are you? Hang on, very quickly. I'll just find Pelops is the quickest way to get this. But the curse of the House of Atreides is I think a Frank Herbert thing. There is no curse of the House of Atreides at all. It is the House of Pelops that's cursed. As Julian said, that Tantalus is the actual patriarch of that family, but because of what's done to him, the family's called the Pelopids. So the patriarch, if you like, is Pelops. The curse of the House of Atreides is to do with the chariot race, and the person who fixes the race demands as a reward first night with his wife to be Hippodamia, and her father's King Oenomus, and it's his charioteer. Whenever we get there, hang on, there he is. It's Myrtilus. I'm not wrong at all, and it's the Myrtoan Sea. So he basically Pelops. Myrtilus mucks with the chariot wheels of his master Oenomus, causing him to get killed. It's said in the race, which allows Pelops to marry Hippodamia, and but the reward, one of the versions, a couple of different versions of the stories. One of the rewards is that Myrtilus says, "Well, I'll help you do this. She'll become your wife, but I get to have sex with her first on her wedding night." And so one of these kind of things, prima nocta thing. And so when it comes to this on their wedding night, Myrtilus kind of Pelops says, "Your wife now, you owe me," and Pelops kills him. Pelops picks him up and throws him in, and it's called the Myrtoan Sea after him today. And as he falls into the sea, he curses Pelops and all of his family. And the reason is, I suppose, is that Myrtilus is a son of Hermes, so he's a son of a god, and Hermes takes a particular dislike to that family as well. So that's the original curse. It's nothing to do with Atreides at all. Who is, I suppose, Atreides is just simply in terms of the Atreides and how they're known. He's the father of Agamemnon and Menelaus, and it's his brother, him and his brother that do all the cooking and eating. Thyestes, you call him. But the actual curse on the family is put upon them by a guy called Myrtilus, the charioteer of King Oenomaus, and that's why. But it's on Pelops and his descendants. There we go. But Tantalus has got a whole set of stuff just for him. He has a unique own personal hell in Hades, Tartarus, doesn't he? It's a really interesting set of myths, Julian. Well worth checking out. This sort of the backdrop into them. It's all, a lot of it's to do with human sacrifice and particularly those myths about how the Greeks started moving away from that type of culture, and it bleeds all the way down into the Trojan War stuff as well. But yes, indeed, very Greek. Alia uses Bene Gesserit thought, but is not accepted in the sisterhood. Either way, this is the chapter where she turns into an antagonist is cemented. Yeah, I was just saying that at the start. It was a wee bit, how do we think of her? Alia's possession is an atrocious act of violence, real tragedy. Yeah, it's to be possessed, I feel like, by your grandfather, who you've murdered, who you've killed. But there's a level of, it's a form of rape in a sense, isn't it? There's a loss of body control, mind control, etc., that the Baron can completely take over. It's very much a bad thing, if you like, no matter what. But yeah, it's her turn into antagonist is cemented. But we're still getting, we're still not playing her as a complete monster. Though she's, okay, she's just pretty much, I'm going to kill everyone here. But there's that little drop. Again, Frank is trying to maintain a level of sympathy for her. She has been a heroine to us in the book. She has been a protagonist, the female version of Paul. She's in that sense very much a part of the hero, and in some ways she goes on the hero's journey herself. But it doesn't go well for her here. But the fact that we're reminded of her loneliness, it's the thing that kind of Leto, I think, pointed out to Jessica the previous chapter. You left your daughter alone. Off you went, sort yourself out, but you left her with all this power alone to deal with. And part of that is that you get some of the senses that it's the pressure of power that's helped push Alia into this situation, I think, as well as the whole abomination thing. But just that bit at the top of the tower there, where she's thinking, she's just lonely. And it's sad if you read it that way. And I do. Yes, she's absolutely the antagonist here. She's one of them. But she's been ultimately one of our antagonists or protagonists. Sorry, that has been turned, if you like. It's the good person turned bad. And again, it's self-pity, seeing herself held here in loneliness. And the odd thing is that she is held there in a funny way, under her isolation, that she can't move. She can think of whenever these messages are being delivered. She can't respond in any way. which I imagine would be pretty fearful for anybody. Um, to not be able to move, this kind of thing, not to be able to respond. I was in a motorcycle accident once, and I long time ago when I was young, and I lost my eyesight for about it was like hysterical blindness from the accident. So whenever I was 15 when it happened, I think, and my dad came up to me and I was covered in gravel and bits, but I can't see. I couldn't see a thing. But that's going to be okay. And I couldn't see a thing. I was completely blind. It lasted for about, I'd say, 2 minutes total. About a minute and a half, things started getting, I was just in shock actually, but it was scary as hell. Just suddenly being in one situation, suddenly I can't see a thing, and actually knowing that I'm hurt, but I can't see how I'm hurt. That was weird. And then whenever my eyesight came back, it was just, there we go. It's just a kind of hysterical blindness shock, but it was terrifying to me at that age. Just those 2 minutes, really scary 2 minutes, to lose that ability to control your body, to have someone else being there. You can run the thought experiment, and at the same time, it should be terrifying to us. Whenever the Baron pops up here, it's calming to her, and I think that shows the level of control that he's already got, but that she's accepted it. And that they're kind of a tandem personality now, almost. There we go. But I totally agree. Yeah, it's her villainy is coming out, and she's got her great villain in her head with her. If you're carrying around a Baron Harkonnen, I would expect nothing else but great villainy from you. And again, just tying it all into the Oedipal myth, etc. The main character that the Baron is, if you want to know why he is the way he is, it's because of the character he's based on. The main character he's based on is Laius, the father of Oedipus. If you actually understand that, a lot of the traits of his character make perfect sense. Which is interestingly enough, because did Frank Herbert set out to write a particular, he's modeling his characters on other people. But Laius is certainly an interesting one from the Theban myths, and he turns up. Actually, and this is the interesting thing. If we look at the two major Greek myths that the Atreides family run with, if you like, obviously the Atreides family themselves, but the other ones, the Pelopid line. The Pelopid line is that. So the other one's the Theban line. Apologies. So the Atreides are the Pelopid line. That's that genealogy. And you have then the Theban line so the Atreides myth and the Oedipus myth lined up. But there's a bridging character between those two myths actually, and it is Laius himself. And his bridging act is the kidnapping of a male child, the kidnapping of Chrysippus, which has all sorts of consequences, and it's actually Atreus and Thyestes here sent after him. In one story, and the other is they have him under house arrest, basically, when Pelops turns up with his army to free Chrysippus. There then follows a murder where Hippodamia tries to frame Laius with Chrysippus's murder, but I think Chrysippus's last actions are to point at his murderer. So Laius gets away with it, basically, and then that's the whole set of stories about Laius, the father of Oedipus, that are not really sort of connected on to the main Oedipus myth, if you like. But then you head over to the Theban line and you'll see him turn up again. So there's that particular connection to the Atreus family, to the Atreides family. And Apollodorus Apollodorus says he's the first ever pederast. That's who the Baron's based on heavily, and it ties perfectly into Paul Atreides being Oedipus, if you like. Love 7 against Thebes, yeah. If Julian is, I love Aeschylus, but that's the great thing. Aeschylus, you can read everything by him in about, I don't know, 10 hours, and you're good. You've read it all. seven plays, isn't it? 7 against Thebes. 7 more against Thebes. Dear, oh dear. Yes, indeed. That's a good source for that stuff, by the way, in terms of the Greek drama. I suppose we don't talk about him too much as Aeschylus. In terms of those myths, Aeschylus is the author of the Oresteia, which is the kind of conclusion to the Atreus myth, if you like. Is it? How many see? Is it? He wrote 17. 7. I was right. 70 to 90 plays written. but only 7 survive in complete form. So they are, I suppose, the trilogy of the Oristaya. What else we got? Prometheus Brown, 7 against Thebes. Oh, the Persians. The Suppliants. Is it them all? Oristaya. We cover them all. So the Oristaya is Agamemnon, the libation bearers, and the Eumenides. That's that. Prometheus Bound's disputed. I like Prometheus Bound. And it's one of those connections that later on, I suppose, that there's a sequel to it called Prometheus Unbound by Percy Bysshe Shelley, which is a kind of interesting thing, which has started a kind of literary trend that goes on today with monsters and things like that. But yeah, I love Aeschylus. But there we go, folks. Yeah, so we're all over the place again today with some stuff. We've had some South American languages. We've had Greek myths. We've had outrageous spelling mistakes. Looks like a whole chunk of words missing from a sentence that seems to be kind of important. And I said, hopefully somebody can give us a wee bit of insight into that for next time. We'll maybe check with some of the ladies that have the Berkeley editions, etc., that are out there. But it's baffling. Next year is going to be, where are we? This was the 50th anniversary edition. These books, weren't they? This set of books. But next year is going to be, what are we? 60 years? 60th anniversary, is it? Would it be of June? Is my maths correct? Hang on. I'm having a brain fart. That's because I'm tired. Yes, I'm not having a brain fart. There we go. Be bad if a maths teacher couldn't get my old brain. 60 years for the June publication of the June series in book form. So we're in year 59. The amount of mistakes in these books is an offense, I think, against publishing. And the fact that we were commenting, I think I went off on one about it the other week, but the mistake in this chapter, that's just horrendous. I just don't know what Frank was saying there at all. It's a baffling one. Hopefully we can figure it out for next week. But it's bizarre, and I suppose the way I've been picking these books apart this time is to do with, as rather than going any theme or anything, it's been with the writing, with the language. Let's look at the words. Let's explore Dune as Frank Herbert's wordsmithery, if you like, because he's a good writer. He's a great writer, actually, and he has his moments, but sometimes he has just absolute flashes of utter brilliance. Sometimes he's a bit amusing with his metaphors, as we like to have a little bit of a joke. But writers are very, very deliberate with some things, and you can see that he's a whimsical guy. He likes to put a bit of humor into it. If you listen to the thing about where he talks about how to say Hui Nori's name, Hui is he just wanted that's it. That's his explanation on it. It sounds like Hui. So it's Hui Nori, and he just does it for a bit of fun. Not everything's super serious in the book, if you like, But I still just thinking what an absolute money cow these things are. It's all those involved with them, but there's been no attempt at all by the estate to actually fix the quality of their product, and it's pretty sad. I suppose maybe people wouldn't look into it in detail like we do. I suppose, but there you go. What can you do? Well, listen, folks, I'm nattering away here. It's just coming up to 2:00, which means we've done nearly 4 hours today. A little bit more meat and bones in this chapter. We've had a couple of dialogue-heavy chapters, which actually kind of got me slowed down a bit, but we tend to go through them quite quick. But there's a lot of intrigue here. The plans are in motion. The pieces are being moved on the board, if you like. It's getting Machiavellian. It's getting murderous. And it's containing all those elements of the psychotic family novel and murderous Greek tragedy, etc., etc. It's starting to get fun. And of course, we've seen, again, we have foreknowledge of things. The suits that for the kids have got through. How's that trap going to proceed? and we have those repetitions of themes within the Dune series, and in particular the first thing, and was it like, and avoiding a trap is avoiding first thing, and was it avoiding a trap is acknowledging its existence? Is that correct? Um, and we know about traps that are coming here for some of us, but I always thought that the big Atreides flaw was that the second step in evading a trap should be not stepping into it, which is a thing that they like to do, I think. But it's a great. We're starting to see Alia's villainy come out a bit here, combined. Alia is a great character. Um, and yeah, I was kind of thinking about her more today in terms of the tragic side of her character rather than the villainous side of it, but just ultimately where that goes with her. I was certainly thinking about Shakespearean characters and Arthurian characters, maybe a wee bit more than I was of things in the Greek side, if you like, But we'll have to have a wee now. I suppose we were meant to have a wee chat about Semiramis as well, and certain regents in the ancient world. Creon would probably be one as well to look at in relation to this. But there we go, folks. That's it. I'm nattering away here. It's time for me to hit the Betty Buys, and I'll say goodnight to you all. So thank you very much, as always, for joining me. There's lots of Dune stuff on the Sub Ether Wave band out there at the minute. We've got the Dune Prophecy TV show hitting on HBO, etc. Lots of the Dune channels are hitting their analyses of the episode, and in relation to Brian Herbert's stuff. So it's interesting to look at. I'll be checking it out as it comes out each week and keeping a wee bit of an open mind on it. But also very much aware that this is not Frank Herbert's Dune at all. But there we go. So yes, indeed, we'll hopefully see you all real soon. Julian saying, "Now, Doc, thank you very much, too, and take it easy, sir. We'll get in touch real soon. This time during the week is working loads better for me, and I'm actually getting caught up on stuff. So I'm hoping to get all that I'm always saying about, but hopefully getting to a place where I can work really easily and get caught up with correspondence and get chatting to some people, including yourself, Julian. So it looks like it was a good thing to do. It's working well. Anyway, I'll say goodnight, folks. See you next week on Tuesday at 10 o'clock GMT for Chapter 17 of Children of Dune. And in the meantime, look after yourselves, be safe, and take care. All the very best, and good night. Bye-bye.